What up, Maxie?
What's up,
dude? I got an awesome tan in Florida.
I got like a very light tan. I don't know if like my tan is like your no tan, you know.
Your tan is like my ass, pale, because it doesn't get any sun. That's what it's like. You would have melted like a snowball in hell in that type of weather. But you know what? You better get prepared because Redavon's going to be hot and we can't have you passing out. So hydration, no beer, sunscreen, and you and I are going to the Worlds. I can't wait. But you know what? We have a podcast to record. We have a guest this weekend. We have an interview, and we have some RC news to catch up on. We're not going to argue, right? Middleman Max. We can't.
You know, who knows?
We can't promise that. We can't promise that. You know what? Enough of this jibber jabber. Let's hit that intro and get right into it.
Nitro is the glory, but e-buggy pays the bills. Welcome to the No Name RC podcast. Get ready for some serious bench racing. But be warned, we speak our minds, express our thoughts, and sometimes things can get a little rowdy.
Hate, and he just was influenced by the hate coming from the left, the hate coming from the right.
And let's get back to more club racing and less of this grabbing racing.
It's hard not to be arrogant when you're always right. You know?
See what I mean? That's exactly why people call you arrogant, Max.
You may not agree with everything we say, but it's definitely worth a listen.
And our pick, can you stop whatever you're doing?
Join your host, Lefty the Great, with co-hosts and guests as they get together to chat RC.
Hey, after that race that I watched this morning, I have to talk about it.
Here we go. $100 right here, $100 throw. Oh no!
I like this.
Yes, indeed. Nitro is the glory, but e-buggy pays the bills. And you know what, Max? 10 skill definitely builds the skills, aka Jason Rona made that comment. And after doing some 10 skill racing this past trip, I love it. All right, everybody, welcome to show number 285 of the No Name RC podcast. I'm your host, Keenan White, aka Lefty the Great, and it's really good to be back with my co-host, Middleman Max. The anarchist.
Now I'm the man on the. Well, actually, on this one, I'm the man on the right, I guess.
Yeah,
depends on which way you look at.
What's up if you're a subtitle there? Common Roach. Yeah, that's from the our last podcast. With,
I think we never really like touched on that. Should we start with that? Because that was a new revelation. That was a new revelation to me. You know?
Oh, right. About your name. That's what it was.
Yeah.
More.
Because, you know, we was chit-chatting with Roach, you know, and then I was like, you know, my last name actually means this fish. It's Swedish and means this fish. Without the O with two dots, if it was just a normal O, it would mean dead or body in Latin. Okay. But back to the point. Mört means this fish. And I Googled, what is this fish in English? I know what's in Finnish and it's what's in Swedish, but what is this in English? And it was common roach. So, you know, now we have roach and common roach on this podcast.
You're just a common roach, dude.
Yeah.
You're just a common roach. But
you know, I was the professor of everything, but I've been demoted to just a common roach.
Yeah. Tree hugger is your new name. With that said... thank you everybody for joining us. We greatly appreciate it. It's show 285. I'm happy to be back home in the studio. I had a good time in Florida. We're going to talk about all of that. We have some RC news coming up and all that good stuff. But before we do that, I want to say a big thank you to all of the supporters of the No Name RC podcast, the NNRC squad around the world. Without you guys' support, none of this is possible. Before you go anywhere, if you're watching this on the YouTubes, please don't forget to hit that like, sub, notification button. Leave a comment if you don't like what we're doing. Dislike too. It all helps the algorithm. And if you can share it as well. If you're listening to this on the audio only side of things, I know a lot of people just prefer to listen to the podcast, which is totally understandable. But still come over to the YouTube and hit that like, sub, and notification button, because we do put up a lot of videos and pictures and stuff that you have to see there. And we greatly appreciate that. Also, a big shout out to the patrons and the YouTube members of the NNRC. If you guys wish to support the podcast a little bit further financially, you can by joining our Patreon or YouTube membership. You get such perks as early releases. And we haven't done it for a while, but we need to like just have a all out rip roaring patron only podcast, like where we just give 0 F's and just go at it. So thank you guys. If you wish to join that, you can find a link in the written description of this podcast below. Also, we can't do this without the awesome companies that support us and sponsor us. Remember, showing the sponsors some love shows the podcast some love. They are Invisible Speed, Hitec RC, CorsaTec USA, Sidewinder Fuel, Mayako, Beach RC, Tekno RC, Clinic RC, Stacked RC, Racecraft USA, RC Box Club, Cow RC. Shout out to Elite RC Productions, the Florida RC Championships, RC Body Armor. Shout out to my boy SJ Racing of Racing Builds, House of RC, RC Sign Up, RCGP, which is making a comeback virtually. I'm seeing. Shout out to our drivers: David Runafalk, Robert Battier, Alexander Hagberg, Matty G, Pecco Evening, Una Hotnan, and Mason Fuller. Remember, everybody, links for all of these companies are in the written description of this podcast. There's some coupon codes. There's some affiliate links. Some of them don't have any of that. If you do buy anything, just let them know you heard about it on the No Name RC podcast. All righty, Maxie. Before we get into our catch up, I just have a quick shout out, some happy birthdays. I want to say a big happy birthday to my good friend, who's become one of my good friends over the last year, and a big special thank you to him and his wife for all their hospitality over the last year and making everything possible with Elite RC Productions. But a big happy birthday to the mouth of the South, Mr. Lance McDonald, or Lancelot McDonald, as I call him. I had a great time there with him in Florida. We had fun. We was building out our still building out our broadcast trailer as well. He had a car for me. I was able to drive around, left it just above E. Light wasn't on as I went down to the Armageddon. So I want to say a big thank you and happy birthday to Lance McDonald for all his support, man. And it's been an awesome year for Elite RC. And if it was, he's had me cracking and I love it. And we still got a whole rest of the year to go. And Elite RC is about to be busy. And a big shout out to all the Elite RC crew. It was good to hang out with them this past weekend at the Florida RC Championships, which we're going to talk about as well in this podcast. Also, happy birthday to, we got some birthdays in here. Let's see. Neil Craig celebrated a birthday. Happy birthday to him. Lance Flowers. Miller Freud. It was good to see him up and about with a cane, not using a walker. Daniel Chavez. Happy birthday to you. Bevan Burney from New Zealand. You met him, I think, in Philippines. Joseph Mark Johnson. Yeah. Big Tyrone Thompson. Happy birthday to you. Dave Carmendi. I haven't seen the Carmendis for a minute. I wonder if they're coming to RC Pro-Am. Colin Herzig celebrated a birthday. Ricardo J. Costa, who's a big contributor to the NNRC Discord. If you guys want to check that out, there's a link for that in the written description. Tim Sutherland celebrating a birthday. Let's see who else here. I
know one. Joona Hartonen. He turned 21.
Joona Hartonen. Happy birthday to Yana.
Yeah.
So happy birthday. As I'm recording this, it's going to be Lance's birthday. His birthday is June 6th. So we're actually a little bit early. But happy birthday to him, man. And it was a great time hanging out with him. And happy birthday to, if you're celebrating a birthday and we missed it, I hope you guys had a great birthday and wish you many, many, many more. All right, Max, let's get into our invisible speed catch up. Remember, everybody, make your speed visible. I probably need this after this past weekend of racing. You can find affiliate links in the bottom of the written description of this podcast for the online course. And of course, you can buy the book from invisiblespeed.net, Lutz RC, or Beach RC. And let's see what JQ has to say. I'm pretty sure it's all about stop scrolling.
Stop scrolling, you wanna be Lewis Hamilton. Learn something new with invisible speed. You can't do everything at 100% maximum speed. You have to be smooth. I mean, when you drive a real car, if you drive a real car, how do you just, when you get to a 90-degree corner to turn into the parking lot, do you go like that with the steering wheel? Do you like slam on the throttle and the brake? No. You probably turn the wheel smooth and get on the throttle smooth. Same thing with an RC car. If you want to learn more and make your speed visible, stop scrolling.
That's right. Stop scrolling. Make your speed visible with Invisible Speed. All right, Max. I think we'll catch up with you because you've kind of been at the track. You've been busy. You're working in the shit factory as well. So, what's been going on with you?
Yeah, so I've been a bit busy the last 3 weeks. Last time I was recording, I was actually I was at the track, came home 2 a.m. I think I remember talking about this on the podcast. Yeah, it was a really hectic week. Then we had the first round of the nationals. I actually did quite well, E-Buggy, I just dominated. I mean, there was only one other fast guy, and he's probably not as fast as I am, but he was doing really good. Then Nitro kind of sucked in the beginning, but then I got it together, just had wrong shock setup, and then he drained down in the main. I think I could have actually beaten Jona, okay? I was about there. Because he was really bumpy. He's not really that good when he was bumpy. But yeah, pretty good weekend racing-wise. Now I've been just back to work. And yeah, I mean, I'm kind of enjoying the summer, but still really hectic everything. Returning my last assignments for school. Trying to get everything done. Work. Trying to get to racing too. I haven't raced again after the first round of nationals, which was already a week ago now. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I wish I could race more, practice more, all that stuff. But I think this is what it feels like to be an adult,
Absolutely, man. You're 24, and
not yet, thankfully, but closing in 24 by the end of the year.
Yeah, well, welcome to adulthood, dude. And that's just how it goes. Are you going to the Euros this year?
No,
you're not traveling to any races, right?
No, I thought working, racing, school, all that same time. I'm not gonna spend my money to go suck at the Euros.
So. I think it's come to the point. Well, it's been probably a while where I think your really good racing years are over. No offense to you. I think your value is in doing the podcast, design, having fun there in Finland, and that's fine too. Because you had your time of doing racing and having some decent performances. So you realize also that school, work, family life, girlfriend, etc. is important as well. So not a problem there, man. Not a problem there.
Yeah. I mean, I do still think if I practiced like I did in let's say 2018, 2019 was probably when I was at my best. I mean, any race I went to, I could be.
I had 2017 in that year, in that time too. 2017.
Yeah, 2017 was pretty good too. But I was European top 20 level.
Mm-hmm.
Almost making it to the European mains. Usually in the semis, sometimes in the quarters, and then in America, when I went to PNB, easily in the main, even without practice. But then, since then, I haven't really raced enough or practiced enough to be on that level. I think I could maybe, if everything went perfectly, I could probably make a Euros main. But
you would have to do a lot of practice, Max.
Yeah, I would have to practice like I did, because 2019 summer. Yeah, 2019 summer I wasn't working. I was just practicing the whole summer. We was in Europe with Joseph. So yeah, then I was probably the fastest I was. I do think I'm much better in other areas. Like I got my engine stuff figured out. I got my setup somewhat figured out. Like I know what I need from the car, but I just don't like my driving is really shit. Like even at the nationals, sometimes I was just like, how can I drive so bad? Like just like I don't know. I knew myself like I wasn't driving good. So
you know what?
Luckily, I still the thing that's funny is like I still have the speed to be competitive in like Finland, be competitive with Joona in Finland. But then if I go to like Europe where I'm not that comfortable with anymore, higher grip, something I don't really know that well, then it's kind of like the lack of driving that kind of shows.
Absolutely. So I had a little bit of that experience this past weekend when I was racing at the FRCC 110 scale race at Beachline. But I'll touch on that a little bit. So as you know, we recorded a podcast a couple of weeks ago with Roach. It was 283. I think I was going down to the RC Armageddon, which we will talk about as well. We have actually a question about it. So I went down to that. That was fun, different. Then obviously I spent 6 weeks in the USA. About every weekend I did something RC related. One of our races got canceled, was supposed to be at Tallahassee. It got canceled due to weather, unfortunately. But the FRCC 10 scale race at Beachline we knew was going to be popular. And it was like 176 entries. We had 2 heats of mod, 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive buggy, like 5 heats of 17.5 buggy, 2 heats of 13.5 truck. So I raced my buddy, Mr. Steve Downey's stadium truck. It's the same stadium truck that I raced at the SORC grand opening. That was glue dirt track versus carpet. And I will say this, man, I had so much fun this past weekend because we didn't do a full productions. We didn't take the trailer down. So my job was basically to do like a walkabout, do some interviews on, after the finals and qualifiers. So I got to hang out in the pits. It was warm. Got to hang out in the pits. Patrick, Gene, Bobby, and my buddy Seth. And then, I met he was pitting next to this guy, Seth Patton, this guy, Nick. So he was talking to him. Nick was giving me Coors Lights all day on Saturday, which was great. So those guys are like, Seth and Nick are locals. So they were like, man, you got to do this to your truck. And I will say this, dude, carpet is not easy. You have to really set your car up for that. And I just didn't have they're like, man, you got to lower the front. You need to put buggy springs on the truck and all this. It was a lot. The truck needed a lot, right, to be competitive. I just didn't have it. So I had to make what I had to work. And they were just very nice people, man. Like Seth and I were chatting. Bobby Phillips from RC Sign Up was next to me. And, Patrick and Gene were busy with tech, but still found time to help me. And it was just such a great time because I was, I was hanging out in the pits, talking shit, drinking beers, having fun, people coming up, and racing. And I don't think I came off that stand without a big smile on my face. Even when I sucked, I would literally come off that stand and I was like, man, Lefty, you sucked that round, right? Or, and then I was like, my car's doing this and my car's doing that. We made it work. I ended up having to really turn the dual rate down quite a lot. And that was what happened. And my last run of the day, I made the B main. I think I finished 3rd or 4th in the B, because you have double B mains as well. I think I finished 3rd or 4th in the second B main. It was a good run, clean, probably my best run. And I was just happy to not make much mistakes. But I really like carpet racing. But it's a whole different animal. It's super twitchy. And man, I was just watching the 17.5s and those mod guys go around that track. It was pretty fun to watch. I think what I'm going to have to do, I really want to get myself a 2-wheel drive buggy and keep it there in the USA. Yeah. But I don't know if I want to do 21.5. It's probably easy to do 20. That's probably more my speed. I really want a 2-wheel drive buggy and an e-truggy to run. I will say this. I challenged Danny Paz to a race. This has been something that's been brewing since Coral Springs, his home track. And when I beat him, and then we've been talking smack to each other since then. So he challenged me. He's like, Lefty, I think I could beat you with a novice car and that truck. And I said, oh, really? So he posted a video. of us challenging. Then we said we'll use 2 novice cars. No, there was some skullduggery and nefarious favoritism going on. I will say this, because my buddy Gene Strout had his son was racing the novice class, because Lance has a novice class, right? So they get handout RB, the associated handout cars. Now that car, Gene had it for his son, and he works on those cars, so he knew that car was good. And then Patrick and I, because I was practicing mostly all day Saturday. So we did this on a Friday evening. I was practicing Friday with the truck. So then I took out one of the ready to runs about 5 minutes before the end of practice. Dude, I could not get that thing around the track. It was something wrong with it, right? It was like I would steer, I would like click, and then it would be like, it was weird. Yeah. So Seth helped me fix it. We made it a little better. But you know what? Me and Danny and I had a 5-lap shootout. He took me out from the very beginning, and then that knocked my steering off. I was basically, the car was veering completely to the left. At some corners, I didn't even have to steer left because it just went around the corner. And he just about barely beat me with a malfunctioning car. And I think it was all a setup by Lance McDonald, Gene Strout Jr. And I don't know how much Danny Paz paid those guys to mess my car up. And then, of course, when he crashed into me on purpose, there was no stop and go called for that. So
yeah, I think the RD something was up with the RD. Who was RDing this race?
It was Lance, but he was cheering on Danny. So they were definitely against, but it was fun, man. I had a lot of fun. People hung around to watch us squids race. But Danny can actually drive. He used to drive a lot and all that stuff. But you know what, Danny Paz? I'm about to get in training. I'm ordered some cones. I'm going out there and do some slalom. And you better get ready
to do the tennis ball thing.
I can only do one, Max.
Oh yeah.
But you know what, Danny Paz? We have a rematch at RC Pro-Am in July, and you better get ready, Danny, because I'm going to kick your ass. That's right. But it was fun, and man, people were watching it. People were watching online, and of course, I got shit for the rest of the week. But I still think that it was all a plot, right? The gunpowder plot to just bring me down. But I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun racing, man. I had a lot of fun racing. I raced 2 times on this trip. I enjoyed it, and it makes me remember why I like this stuff. So very good. It was fun, and thank you to Lance. Thank you to the Florida RC community. I've been a lot of places. I went to Lake Park for the first time to a race there. That's a beautiful facility. I met with the Padishahs that let me stay at their house. I appreciate that. Check out Dirty Asset Engine Services for your engine services needs. I'll leave a link for their Facebook in the written description of this podcast. I just had a fun, man. I just had a lot of fun. All right, enough jibber jabber about you and me, Max. We do have some things to talk about this week, and our topics are: F1 season is officially underway. The unofficial 1/8 scale IC Buggy Euros warm-up that happened 2 weekends ago. We had the 8th scale GT Euros this past weekend, which was a crazy race at the end. We have the 8th scale E-Buggy Euros plus ETS this weekend. ETS is looking huge in Holland. And then in a couple weeks' time, we have one of my favorite races, which is the Aurora Nationals from HRC. But we're not going to talk about that too much. We'll talk about that on a build up to that. And then we have some high-tech RC news. So with that said, let's get into our high-tech RC news. Hitec is coming in strong and in charge for 2024 with the introduction of our new suite of chargers, the RDX2 200, the RDX2 800, and the RDX4. Depending on your charging needs, Hitec gets you plugged in with the power, multiple port flexibility, and the ultimate reliability you require. You can find links for all of these products in the written description of this podcast, or go to www.hitecrcd.com or check out your nearest Hitec supplier. Thank you, Hitec, for all your support. We greatly appreciate it. And let's get right into this. So I did see this too. Team Associated B7 option parts released by everyone. Yeah. So these are the blocks, right? I
don't know. I just saw everything. Like any single thing that can be machined on that car, people just releasing. what was the brand? Was it Raw Speed? Someone released one of those, not Raw Speed, it was something else. But someone released like a 3-gear transmission. That was already a while ago, but machine 3-gear transmission. Then they had some POM, idler gears, but then a bunch of like machined, parts like what you call them, Ackerman plates. I don't know. I mean, I guess that just tells me that like Associated in general is quite popular because, like, I mean, you wouldn't produce aftermarket parts for a car that doesn't sell, So, yeah, I thought just to point that out because I was searching for news and then I just saw every other news item was
hugely popular in Florida. This car,
yeah,
Associated is big. That's probably the car that I'm going to get, to be honest, if I get one. So, yeah, I can't say nothing. It's a good car, and then of course we have the TLR guys crying out for their new car as well, and I fully understand that. But I heard there's one coming at the end of the year, so
there's been rumors.
No, but it's probably time. All right, you have RC Maker Touring Car Teaser. I haven't even seen this. Let's bring this up onto the screen. Why don't we? Let's go to full screen. Oh, there we go. Why don't you enlarge that up there, Mac? Just go to full screen. Oh my goodness. Look at that.
Yeah.
Cantilever style shocks in a different way. Look how low they are to the ground.
Yeah.
That's, dude, I would be scared that these would get ripped off.
Yeah, someone commented about that, but apparently it's not possible.
Who are these guys?
Well, so this is designed by Ryan Maker. So he is I think he's Australian. He's been running automatics for like a long time. Like he was one of the first names to run automatics like around the world. I think I can't say a year, but I remember him being one of the biggest automatics promoters from time ago. That being said, he's also been like a really active designer type guy. He's made a lot of parts, like option parts and so on. But he also sells automatics, and I do think he sells quite a bit of other brands as well in Australia. So he's like one of these big touring car guys in Australia, and he's been kind of in his personal profile. I think he's been like saying stuff like he's making a car and so on, but apparently they are actually coming out with a car pretty soon. Can't remember what the name for it was, but this was the first teaser I've seen of it. And I have to say, when I saw this, I was like, this is so damn smart in a lot of ways, and it kind of pisses me off because I have never thought about this, not even in my head have I been like, okay, like do it like this. I've always thought of it to do it like some other way, but this is really smart. Looks really cool. And the greatest thing about this, you can actually use longer shocks. So, all these new touring cars, they have like tiny shocks. But this allows you to use longer shocks. Like it can be like almost as long as back in the day those shocks were. So bumpy conditions, most likely this car would handle better than any of those new X-Ray or Yokomo or Mugen cars.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
So if you're not watching this, if you're listening to this, you can come over to the YouTube and check it out. So they have some turnbuckles to control that looks like the angle of the shocks, I believe.
Yeah, so basically what's happening is you could imagine like a standard shock would be attached from the arm to the shock tower, and then that would be it. But here you're attaching the shock to a cantilever, and you attach the other side of the cantilever to just a link. So the force from the arm is, instead of like made to rotational, force around the cantilever, which then presses the shocks. the geometry itself stays, like you can make it identical if you want to. Here, they've obviously made a design choice that the cantilever is longer at the face of the shock. So for a smaller movement in the arm, or for some specific movement in the arm, you get more movement in the shock. This is kind of like the issue that the Agama had, because they had the opposite. They had, they had the movement in the arm makes more movement in the shock, because they, changed the motion ratio that way.
Okay, got you. Very interesting.
Yeah.
We're starting to see more and more of this. So with Nemo obviously releasing the N1, where they got their 10 scale car, we're going to talk about that next. And this coming out, is this the innovation where we're going to start seeing this kind of be the norm in cars, especially I guess my question more for 8 scale?
Well, I've been thinking about this. I've been thinking about this quite a bit, actually. The biggest issue with 8 scale is there really isn't that much space. Like you can't, like the center of the car is really filled anyway. And moving the engine center of gravity downwards is much more beneficial than doing something like shocks. And I think, before manufacturers start working on these, I mean, they're going to think about shocks, tank, anything in general. And another additional issue with 8 scale is that, a lot of these cars aren't really like absolutely maxed out on performance, because it's much more like driver based. For touring, if your car sucks, you can't win. Like that's it. Like no matter how good you are, if your car sucks, you can't win. So changes like this, optimizing design, makes much more sense, even from a financial perspective. 10 scale, it's hard to say. I can see 2-wheel drive becoming more of something like this, especially on like carpet and stuff. 4-wheel drive, maybe, but the issue again is this available space in the chassis. So where are you going to put the shocks? Because off-road, you can't do this. You can't put them down here because you're going to catch a bump and break a shock. Touring, yeah, you can do this, put them down. In off-road, you could do something similar to this, but it remains to be seen what it would be. But yeah, I don't know. I do think there's a possibility of doing something like this, or doing more of something like this. But I do still think the cantilever suspension needs some level of understanding of the suspension to make it work. Like the current touring cars, basically they've kept everything the same. They just shorten the shocks, like it doesn't change much. What kind of works, you can do that and just lower the center of gravity. But changing this dramatically, you kind of have to know like which design choices you're making, so you don't make crazy mistakes. Okay. I do believe the N1 kind of has made.
All right. Well, that's good. Good to see innovation coming. Let's move on to the N110. It's called 110, which is the new Nemo. If you could bring it up, Max, the new Nemo 10 scale 2-wheel drive buggy. We heard this was coming. This caused quite a stir in the interwebs. I think it was about 2 weeks ago. Lots of comments. John Hazelwood. I really want to get this guy on the podcast. I've had Billy Tylaska, all these guys on her. I definitely want to get John Hazelwood on her. All right, let's have a look at the N110, which is taking pre-orders, by the way. And go ahead, Max. Tell us about what you think of this.
Yeah, we already kind of touched on this a while back when they released those. I think it was Costas from RC Special who released the first images back it was the weekend of Montpellier. I think they had this car on display there. Now it's apparently like an official release. Then I gave critique about the wide pivots. The front one especially is super wide. Rear one is less wide, but still quite wide. I think the shock layout itself is quite nice. Let me scroll down to display some of the images of the car they give us. So I think for especially tool drive 10 scale, this type of layout works better compared to the N1, because you can get the front shocks like really down. You don't need a front diff. You have much more space to work with. Rear shocks as well, they kind of sit nice. You can use, I'd say actually that these shocks are much more closer to a standard length 10 scale shock than the N1 shocks are to standard 8 scale shocks. Here also, I remember when we first saw the N1, I critiqued that the shocks aren't really that low. Well, here they are really low. They're like really, really low. As you can see, it's like considerably lower than like below the spur gear, basically. There's also a few other cool features like the steering rack is one. I kind of dislike this. I do like my bell cranks. But it's going to be interesting to see how it performs. It can be good.
Can you, sorry to interrupt you, but I want to know, can you explain the difference between this and a bell crank and what it does physics wise, and keep it short?
Well, the actual differences are quite minor. But there is an aspect of, how could I say, expo on this. So if you have a bell crank, for example, most 8 scale cars have this. Every time you turn the servo, the bell crank turns the same amount and the expo stays constant somewhat. I'd say it's constant if you assemble it like perfectly. But here you're kind of turning the rotational movement to linear movement. So that makes it so that on the center of the steering, you're going to have a little bit of positive expo. So if you would like to have actual zero expo, you need to run negative expo on your transmitter. So basically what this does, it makes your steering a bit faster, a bit more nervous, and so on. Obviously, you can adjust it with your radio, but it's not really the same. There are some similar issues with bell cranks in some cars, depending on how they're done. But I do think this does propose some issues that are really difficult to solve mechanically, so you have to use like radio expo. TLR did have a steering system like this back in the day, but they went to the associated style bell crank system, and even that uses some like added slowness in the steering, because they have the steering link attached to the bell crank and not the Ackermann plate, which here is the case. And I had something else. Oh yeah, we actually studied some of this for an 8 scale car, but yeah, it really wasn't viable due to dust and stuff. Okay. For 10 scale probably could work.
Okay.
But
all right.
It still has those two issues, expo and the speed.
All right. My next question would be, and then I think we can move on to the 8 scale stuff. How do you think this will perform, especially now with tracks nowadays are mostly high grip, astro carpet, sealed dirt? Do you think this car comes out and is instantly competitive with cars like Associated, TLR, Schumacher, X-Ray, even Mugen, which I got a chance to drive? What's your thoughts on that?
I'd have to say that no. And that's mainly for the reason that it's so different. It's like so different.
So you don't think that the LCG of the shocks being done will make a big difference?
Oh, I do think they'll make a difference, and I think the difference is desirable. I'm mostly worried about how is the shock geometry. So we remember those VRP kits they sold to the N1 car, and apparently that was a huge issue between Tyler Jones and Agama or Nemo, and that all debacle. And that was basically just VRP kit fixed the shock geometry. And apparently the car is really good. Tyler Jones did pretty good with the N1E buggy after he had left Agama. Here, if they kind of done that VRP edition from the get-go, that could be solved. I'm not really worried about that necessarily. My worries are with the really short arms and the wide pivots, especially on something like Astro, bumpy Astro. Yeah, it's going to be really hard to make it calm. Carpet, probably you can make it work. It gives you quite a bit of like support and so on. You can use a lot of camber gain, give you some corner speed on that. But I'd say, especially on conditions that, you know, are not known beforehand, it's going to be really, really difficult to set up from the get-go. So they're going to have this period of good races somewhere, bad races somewhere else. At least if the car is good, that's going to be like the best case scenario. The worst case scenario, it sucks everywhere. But I do think they wouldn't release it if it actually sucked everywhere.
Okay. All right. I wish them all the best. And if you guys want to hear John Hazelwood come on the podcast, shoot him a message and say, hey, you need to come on the No Name RC. I've been asking him for like 5 years. Nice guy, a very nice guy. All right, Infinity releases the new IF-B8 full official release. Now, I have not seen this because I was trying to look at it on my phone and it did not work properly. So you run me
but
through.
You had to like double click it or something. I was getting pissed at it.
Yeah, I just kind of gave up on it. All right, Max. Real quick, tell us. You said some features here that you really like, and that you found interesting. So let us know. Okay, and the presentation is actually really good.
Yeah, the presentation is nice. It's like interactive, kind of like X-Ray, but I think even better than X-Ray in some ways. Didn't work that well on the phone, so I'm gonna give some critique on that.
Absolutely.
Well, obviously, this is the most visible thing about the car, the front end. We already talked about it quite many times on the podcast.
Oh, look at the arm.
I have to say, the arm is like a piece of art. But to be honest, kind of not a huge fan of how they made it. Like, it kind of defeats the point of having this style of hub, in my opinion.
Explain.
But I have to say, well, the benefits of a pivot ball, really, tuning-wise, is that you can adjust the length of the arm. Here, you kind of have the deficits of both. You can't adjust the length of the arm. You can't adjust the position of the upper link. The only benefit maybe to a C-hub is that this might be a bit lighter than a C-hub. But tunability is much worse. You can move it up and down, which is, I guess, quite a big of a benefit compared to like a classical pillow ball where you have the hub and that's how it is. But here, yeah, you can't tune the length of the arm, but you can tune the height of the axle. You can't tune the length of the upper arm, but you're limited to like between camber and the lower arm length, which is a little bit of a minus, because I remember when I was running Associated, I played with the lower arm length quite a bit. But about that, in general, in geometry, it's pretty similar to all pivot ball cars, I'd assume. This was another thing we talked about, which is the chassis suspension mount. I think it's absolutely ridiculous because, you know, you wear down your chassis, how are you going to get those screws out? It's like, yeah, I don't know.
Explain that to me again. Explain that to me, please, in layman's terms.
So instead of mounting the suspension mounts to the gearbox, like most of the other brands do, I'd say these days, they have mounted it to the bottom of the chassis. the positive of this is it gives them more room for adjustment in height. But the negative is that when the chassis wears down, which it wears down the most from the back corners here. So when your chassis wears down, it's going to be really difficult to like you get new screws here or like anything. And I don't think they have a skid plate there. They might, which could fix some of it. But you're going to be changing screws here like every other race, pretty much. Depending on which track you're on, you could be switching them twice a day because they're going to wear out really fast, especially in America. Like Thunder Alley, if it's dry, you're going to wear out a chassis a day.
Yeah, it's pretty aggressive, pretty abrasive. What other features caught your eye, Maxi?
Well, this is probably the last one I kind of was interested in. So this is, I said on the previous podcast where we talked about the Infinity car that I was really disappointed that they didn't do anything innovative. Well, this is one thing that's somewhat innovative. It's not the first time on a buggy. I think Agama did it almost 10 years ago. They have this piston style brake cam. So let me see if there's was that it? Well, I just kind of have to explain it then. So instead of having a cam that straight up touches the brake pad, you have a cam that touches this piston, and then the piston touches the brake pad. This way, you're giving the force to the center of the pad in a linear motion because the piston is doing the force, the pushing. Much better design in that sense. On 1/8 on-road cars already use this pretty much exclusively, like all cars use this. I actually did a prototype gearbox for Ronnefolk last summer where we used this design. In my opinion, it was a bit better actually because they have used cams that are not central, so you can see the other side. It's a little bit on the front side, and the other side it's a little bit on the back side. So it's not like centered to cam. And I do think that's, well, maybe they get more room to move for the cam to move, but in my opinion, that kind of screws up with how the cam moves and how the cam pushes the piston. I guess it's you can say both are good, but I kind of like where it's centered. But the design on its own, I think, is objectively better than what we have now, which is the cam pushing the brake pad. And I think other brands will move towards this direction in the future because it's like we tried it, it worked much better.
All right. Well, now that I'm finally
pretty
looking
much
at the
like
presentation,
all the let me for all the Sparko fans. Yeah, they have a transponder mount. It goes there.
Not as cool as Sparko's though.
Yeah, I was thinking Sparko did it much better because they have like a little slot. This is like, I think you have to even like screw something on.
Yeah, Sparko's has like a transponder spot. Like that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
but pretty good presentation. Oh, okay. Yeah. Fuel tank.
They have these markers on the fuel tank. We talked about this before, but it's great.
We talked about that. That's awesome.
I think that's pretty much it. 4mm shock shafts. Not a big fan. Not a big fan at all.
Yeah, because you said it disrupts the oil more, correct?
Yeah, it displaces the oil, and that's why in 10 scale they're going to bigger shock bodies, smaller shafts to get less displacement. One last thing that was actually good now that I remember, they have a bladder, but they have
foam.
Yeah, a separate foam here. So instead of having those honeycomb bladders that are really stiff all together, you have this normal bladder which you place a foam in. This is kind of like best of both worlds. So the honeycomb works in a similar fashion, but I think this is a much more tunable, much more consistent solution. So big thumbs up for this design. I have done this before when we didn't have those honeycomb bladders for the JQ. We did this foam thing, and I think it's actually better than the honeycomb bladders in a lot of scenarios.
Okay, awesome. So looking a little bit more in depth, some cool features. Let's see how it works. How it markets and sells and gets in the hands of regular people. I mean, a lot of people. Well, it done well with Ricardo Berton. They won Montpellier. I was like, yeah, but Ricardo Berton is a very exceptional driver as well.
Yeah. I'm interested in that because every time I see a video of him driving, the car looks really aggressive, a lot of steering, all of that.
Mm-hmm.
But here, when it gets released to the public, you don't really know. Like, it could be actually really easy to drive. Maybe people really like it. Who knows?
Okay. All right. In some somber news, I know all about this. My flooding wasn't as bad as this in the house, but saw Jürgen Laudenbach, the owner of LRP, showing off some pictures of the LRP facility getting flooded there in Germany, man. And oh, wow. It was really bad. Look at that. They had a lot of rain. Wow, look how high it came up. Look, like 3 blocks high. Wow, that's bad.
Yeah.
He posted they've been busy cleaning up and working on it and stuff like that. Man, feel bad for Jürgen and LRP. We don't ever want to see anything like that happen, especially in places like this where I'm sure you need lots of electrical equipment and stuff like that and product, just being there.
Yeah.
You never know what happened. So LRP got flooded this past weekend, and we wish Jürgen and LRP all the best in coming back from this disaster. All right, Max, I don't have any more news. We might have missed something, but that's okay. But we're going to go on to the CorsaTec USA race recaps. This is going to be brief. CorsaTec is your one-stop shop for all things CorsaTec. In the USA, you can now purchase all CorsaTec range of products for nitro and electric-powered vehicles used by world champions David Ronnefalk and Robert Battier. Didn't Senesi run CorsaTec?
No, he runs Senesi. They have.
He has his own engine.
Yep.
Okay, but
I think it's like an OS-based engine.
Didn't somebody? I saw Adrian Bertine hugging somebody in a picture at the GT8 this past weekend.
Yeah, I can't remember. It was he was TQ or something.
All right, so back on track there. Established in 2022, CorsaTec was founded by Adrian Bertine and Oscar Jensen. CorsaTec is made by racers for racers, all available in the USA. You can find the link for CorsaTec USA in the written description below. All right, Max. So all things Japanese, because Max has a very serious thing for Japan. 1/8 GP National. So this is the big Formula One type speed cars that we saw held at the Infinity International RC Speedway in Inabe, Japan, same place they had the 8-scale Worlds this last year. Winner Shimo, Matsasakura, and Sahashi. I think I got this right.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Nothing too crazy. All Infinity drivers. Shimo is like a really old guy, as far as I know. And then Matsakura, probably youngest of the three, and Sahashi is like I think he's at least 1-time world champion, maybe 2-time world champion.
That's right. Naoto is your favorite driver in the world. I forgot that.
Yeah. But thought to mention, Japanese RC scene is kind of like, it's big, but it's only big in Japan.
Yeah.
So
you talk to Hara, he says it's not that big anymore. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, we forgot to talk about this on news, but did you? Speaking of Japan, I regress. Did you see that they released that new Yokomo MX4 like in a special case, and it's like $1,600?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
and that's for Masami. And then I see Hara's good in Germany or in Holland for prepping for the ETS this weekend, so that's cool. BRC 10 scale nationals round 2, number 2 held 18th and 19th at Hearts. In Hertfordshire, United Kingdom. Been there. 2-wheel drive was Smith, Hall, and Neil Craig. 4-wheel drive was Tommy Hall or the younger Hall?
Tommy.
All right, so Tommy Hall, Lee Martin, and Neil Craig. So one up and comer, and all 3 of those guys are European champions. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
post-race talking points. Two-wheel drive championship is really tight. Top 4 spread by 2 points. And Tommy Hall is leading the four-wheel drive championship with 2 wins. I heard he might even come over to the carpet championships in November, which I'll be in.
Yeah.
So that's good. We had the Spanish one. Oh, go. Okay, sorry.
Just to mention, because I think Ben Smith actually won another race after this. I think it was a Robin Hood. They had this Scotty Ernst race, I think.
No, I don't think they've had that. Yeah, they had it. Yes, they did have it.
Yeah, so I was kind of probably one of the reasons I put this here is because Ben Smith, he was really fast at the MKGP, really fast again at the Nationals. He's leading the two-wheel drive section.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of crazy because he's like, you think Hall would still be kind of like an underdog, but he's already a European champion. Obviously, Martin and Craig are, they're always there, but I think Ben Smith could be one of those guys that could surprise a bit of people.
Absolutely.
This year, maybe next year too. But yeah, this year he could be good at the Euros too.
Okay. Spanish 180 Nitro Offroad Nationals round. Was it round number 3? I thought it was round number 4.
I'm pretty sure it was 3, but I could be wrong.
I think because I think it was round 4, but we'll check. May 31st to June 2nd held at the Club de RC Ajaruna de la Torre in Alhauran, Spain. I probably butchered that. Canas wins it. Figueredo comes over from. He's doing all the Spanish nationals. Finishes second.
Yeah.
Parente. Canas. I think this is the 4th round because Canas has won 4 rounds. I could be wrong. Canas wins the title already. Man, this guy is just amazingly on great form right now. Like, I would not be surprised if he wins the Euros coming up here. What?
Yeah, and it was actually, I read the Circus RC article about this, and he mentioned that Canas could be one of the first people to hold Spanish, European, and world titles if he ends up winning in September. Obviously, he would need to
win a Silver State title.
Yeah, Silver State too. So, yeah, it's crazy how much he's. I don't know what it was, but last year something clicked for him. Something just clicked for him.
No, he kind of went through that little phase where he wasn't doing too well. But I remember we was talking about how we thought he's going to adjust to the JC tires and all that stuff, and I have not seen any. He has not slid on at all. So
yeah, no.
I think he's just gotten better, especially when he comes over to these American races. So, man, it was the 3rd round. I do apologize. I just looked at the Circus RC article. My fault. Your mistake. Parente and Figueredo getting those Teknos figured out over there in Europe, doing pretty good. So
yeah, and actually,
Figueredo's one of the.
As far as I know, Figueredo did really well. He was quite close to Canas. So
unfortunate 6th place for Robert, I believe, but I think Robert is transitioning into that. I think as much as he wants his results to be good, he's got a baby. He's busy with 36 Mood, which is great. He's doing some great reels and stuff for that. He's busy with Mayako. So I think this is starting to see the transition from pro driver to businessman, full-time businessman in RC. And it's a big transition, right? And something suffers. So, but I think he finished 6th overall, which for him would be disappointing because he was used to dominating these nationals for many, many years. So, but Figueredo, probably one of the most underrated drivers out there, I think. Not in my case, because I like Litos. He's very good. And he's been making a lot of mains, a lot of top 5s all over the world. So good to him. And Parente brothers are coming. They are definitely stepping up this year in 2024. All right. The unofficial 1/8 scale IC Nitro Buggy Euros was held the 24-26 at the Hungaroring at Sicily, Italy. So this was kind of impromptu. Max, you had a rant about this. We're going to rant about warm-ups later on in this podcast. 3rd Euros at this venue. Max says 4th if you can't be Euros. But I think they completely redone the track. They completely redone it.
Yeah, they did. I actually wrote it here.
Did you have do you have the live stream? Let me bring it up.
Yeah, but yeah, they brought Miguelo from Buggyland over. They redid the track completely. Before they've done like little changes here and there, different jumps here and there, but now they brought up Miguelo, did the whole thing brand new, put some glue on it. So it was glued now. So very different from before. So that's at least interesting.
All right.
Yeah,
So
let's
this is
take a look
coverage
here.
from this is coverage from Monalismo RC. Let's have a look at this race so you can check them out on YouTube. They are oops, sorry. Let's get down there. Oh wow, this is a big difference. Like this track stayed the same for so many years. It's now like it's definitely a Miguelo track. You can tell. Like Miguelo has his style.
Yeah, it's funny because like it immediately looks like you're at Buggyland when you look at this track.
Oh, I like it. I saw a video that Robert posted, but I didn't really get a chance to check it out. I know that Robert was pretty fast there this past weekend. Is that a concrete corner? No, it's just dirt.
Yeah, it's concrete.
Oh man, I like this layout, man.
It's
Miguelo, man.
It's pretty sweet.
Miguelo is one of the best track builders in the world, man. I love his style. I can't wait to see. Is he gonna? I wonder if he's gonna help out with the Redavon renovation of the track. I would think so. Wow, Ongaro, no mistake, he's out there flying. It is his home track. Will this be the year that we see Ongaro finally win a Nitro European Championship? Ooh, what a kerfuffle right there! Wow.
Yeah, that was tough. Yeah, I mean, I've been thinking about it because Ongaro has always looked. He won the warm up last time. Then when it came to the Euros, he really struggled compared to like what he should do at his home track. Was in the lead in the main, was looking really good in the main, but then the rain kind of ruined it for him. But yeah, in qualifying in 2019, he was not doing great. I kind of hope it doesn't happen to him again because it's kind of really bad luck in that sense. Because in the B-Euros, when he was first time here in 2013, he looked really good. He didn't TQ, but he was like second in qualifying, and then in the main he flamed out like 2 or 3 times. Really unlucky for him. But now it's completely different because it's not the usual style the track is here.
No, this is not a Euro style track at all.
This is the style of track that Ongar is really good on. I've been really good on recently. So I would say this is the new school Euro style track because it's like the Spanish.
Yeah, style. That's what it's Spanish. It's Miguelo, right? And he's doing his builds. It has a lot of IBC, a lot of Buggy land, and you know Miguelo is known for these type of rolling jumps and flowing tracks and lots of elevation and all that's good stuff, man. In my opinion, one of the best track builders in the world. I'm really looking forward to the Euros. Actually, it's going to be the same weekend as Wicked Weekend or the weekend before. So I'm not going to. I think that's Robert. Oh, well done.
Yeah, Robert did actually really good at this race. He had some, can't remember, something broke or then he flamed out in the main. But he was like 4th after seeding or something. He was really fast. I think it's kind of like this type of track he enjoys. He knows this type.
Coelho's looking sharp too. That's Coelho we're following right now.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
I think this is the type of track that Coelho will do well on as well, to be honest.
Yeah, I think all of these guys are going to be really good. It's like none of these guys. Boots is maybe the only one who might have a tougher time, but he ended up finishing second. So it's not like he did.
Yeah, I heard something happened, like he pitted or something, and somebody was said Boots should have won it or something. I have not watched it. I didn't even know. Now I'm going to go and watch it because I haven't watched the main, to be honest. There's Boots right behind Coelho, actually. Yeah, I mean, I'm getting excited for the European Championships. And the Worlds. Woof, it's going to be good. Yeah. It's going to be good, buddy. Okay, there's an ad. All right.
Yeah, just to go through the results, we had Ongaro, Boots, Canas, top 3. There was 10 seconds between Boots and Ongaro, but actually Boots seemed to be a bit faster, at least on the best laps, than Ongaro. and both Ongaro and Canas. And then we just talk about Pariente. Pariente finished 4th with a Tekno. That's really good. Polito 5th.
Marcus Carup.
Yeah, Marcus Carup was in the main, finished 11th. But yeah, Berkenkilich 6th, Berton 7th, Ronefog 8th, Figueredo 9th, Robert 10th, and yeah.
Polito dal bello Mattia. I think that means Polito, they're beautiful. That's what I think it means. All right,
it sounds like that.
I look forward to the Euros at this race. All right. You can bring us into the next one while I bring up some footage from this. We'll go to the insane 1/8 scale main from the GT8. Go ahead, Max. Go into this if you don't mind.
Yeah. So warm-ups are really stupid. Oh, one thing I wanted to say.
No, we're not going on warm-ups. Warm-ups is going to be our rant.
Yeah, no. I'll let it GT8 be. But one thing I want to say about the warm-up was there was a lot of tire wear. There was like, I spoke with Pekka and he said like Amazonia Hards wore out like 20 minutes.
Really?
Which is, yeah. So like, I don't know how it was in the main. I didn't speak after the race. I spoke only during the practice day. So if the tire wear was better, but I'd assume that the tire wear was quite high for the main, and that probably benefited Boots over Canas and Ongaro. Is it the same at the Euros? Who knows? It could be better. But yeah, Saturday was cancelled due to rain. So Sunday was, track was quite different from Friday. But as you could see on the video, it's really dry.
Mm-hmm.
And
that glue, man.
I also heard some background, what you call it?
Chatter?
Background chatter. That Matrix had brought out some new compounds to the race, and apparently they were really good.
Matrix is, I mean, it's only a matter of time. They're developing tires. They're getting better. This is all a part of the developing process, right? So it's gonna be it's gonna be good, and I think this bodes well. This is going to be a similar type of surface as to the Worlds in September. But probably going to be hotter, but similar type of surface.
Yeah.
Glue-ish. We'll see.
But from what I heard, it was less glue than IBC. So it was more abrasive. It was still a bit dusty. It was like abrasive.
Okay.
But it's going to be tough because they might be like, okay, this wasn't enough glue, so they put more at the Euros, and then it's like a Redovan where you run like clay compounds. Who knows? And then it might rain all week like it usually does in northern Italy in July.
Okay. All right.
Then the next thing, GT Euros.
Oh, man, you are geeking out on this.
I'm in fucking love with this class, okay? Give me one more day in a week and I'd use it on this fucking class. I'd build myself a GTA.
Why do you like it so much?
I think it's just cool. Because for me, I hate foams, okay? Foams are like why the fuck? Like cars don't run on foams, okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's number one. Every single Nitro on-road class runs on foams. 10 scale on-road, it's like nobody runs them outdoors anymore. Everyone wants them indoors. Okay. So I want to run outdoors. What do I want to run? I don't want to run on foam, so I have no other choice. GT8, it's the perfect size. Looks like a GT car. Really cool. Not too crazy fast. You can actually pick your lines. Drive it kind of like a touring car. And also, you can use the same parts from your 8-scale buggy. You can all of the same principles kind of apply. So, yeah, I like it. I think it's the class of the future. I think.
Well, I've been praising the GT for quite some time. I am actually going down next week Sunday. They're having a big race here. This is the only GT8, GT8E. 5th scale and 10th scale touring are the classes that are running on her. Now, this track has been in Dominican Republic for years, 20 plus 30, I don't know, right? GT is very popular in Latin America. They're having a big race they're having a big race this weekend in Puerto Rico. My boy Dan is going there. I was supposed to go, but they're having a big race next weekend here in the DR. And the guys here in the DR are doing some really good work on social media. Like the Instagram's blowing up. They do podcasts, all this type of stuff. And Senesi is coming to this race. Senesi.
Yeah,
Senesi.
that's you just told me before we started.
I'm excited. I'm getting on to grab content. They're having they invited the crawler club out to do like some stuff, putting some crawler stuff there. So I'm gonna take that. Take my son, my buddy Joe. I may take my daughter. Well, I'm looking forward to that. But GT Euros, man, took place the 29th to the 1st this past weekend at the Naxos World Circuit in Ghirardini, Naxos, Sicily. Is this track on VRP?
Same track as the 2014 Worlds.
Okay.
But is
it on VRC? I think it's on VRC.
They have the off-road track, but I don't know if they have the on-road.
Right.
They might.
So in GTE, it was Giamo, Senesi, and Skeffes. You have Giamo took the lead in the first two finals. 7-minute qualifier, 7-minute finals. Last year's champion Messio only 7th.
Yeah. One thing when I was watching this, I was kind of weirded out that they only ran 7 minutes for e-buggy mains, but I do think kind of like a heat and battery life. Yeah, the electric class.
These things suck. Like those GTEs are fast as fuck.
Yeah,
and they suck power. Like it's just because it's so much wide open, right?
Yeah.
So that's probably all they can go. So congratulations to Giamo. Giamo. I think that's how we say it. Giamo. Somebody's gonna correct me on that. GT8 now. Let's bring up this. The coverage was done by RC Racing TV. Kicks off their F1 season pretty much with a race like this. Let's add it to stage. Let's get these guys up on her. It was a pretty chaotic start with the Pawel guy flaming out. Senesi flamed out. There we see Adrian Bartine running out. I think that was the Pawel. No, that's number 2. So he flames out. Now I watched a little bit of this race yesterday. Senesi is all the way down in 5th to start this out. There's Pitman running back because they're starting. So look at the way starting on that straightaway, and they start, and here they go, man. So I actually have a Mugen GT8 here. My buddy Don in San Domingo has got some parts for me, but I want to get a S-Works. I want to get a new one, really. And I want to get one for my son. I don't know. I'm trying to get S-Works to help me out, or some company out there. So by the way, shameless plug, if you guys want us to have some GTs, Max wants one, and I would like one. And GT is actually very popular down here, and we'll do some promotion. So no harm in asking. If you don't ask, you shall not receive. Very crazy final, because this guy Katazan, I think Senesi flames out at some point early. Senesi is this orange car, right? Yeah. So Katazan was leading this like to almost 15 minutes left, I think it was, and then he had his second gear go out. It was crazy, dude.
Yeah. It was like it kept changing all the time, So it was one of the craziest ones. But actually, you remember before on this podcast, he was talking about that guy who ran CorsaTec. It was the Guillermo.
Oh, okay, Guillermo.
He was, he was the one. So he won electric with CorsaTec stuff.
All right. Well, congratulations to CorsaTec and those guys and Guillermo winning that. I think you said so any other talking points from this race? I mean, congratulations to Senesi. Man, I think this class is just growing. Like I said, it's popular in Latin America. They do run it in the USA a little bit, but in Europe, it seems to be blowing up.
Yeah, it's really. I mean, it's not as big as 8-scale off-road by any means, but it's
8-scale GP, I would say.
Yeah, it's not as popular as either of them, but I think it's more popular than 10-scale on-road. Nitro, 10-scale Nitro on-road, definitely more popular than that. And I think it has more potential as a class too, because it's like growing instead of shrinking like many other classes are. And it's good. It's good.
And you know what? They didn't even have guys like Tony Gruber. I don't know if he was there. They didn't have him. They didn't have like Jorn Newman.
I have to say, I don't really know why so many guys wasn't going. I think the location might have cut some of these guys. Like Martin Bayer has been running this class before, Jorn Newman, as you said. But I think it's about the location. So some of these guys, they have other classes they run. You know, they put their efforts into that.
Mm-hmm.
This was in Sicily, really like on the furthest side of Europe from almost any direction you're going to. So most likely cuts quite a few people off because of that. But yeah, I mean, I was watching this event like the whole weekend. Even the qualifiers were so exciting. I mean, they ran 7-minute qualifiers in both classes, but that's really tight on fuel for the nitro cars. So it was always like a thriller down to the last lap, because it wasn't once or twice when someone ran out of fuel. It was almost everyone or someone ran out of fuel.
So exactly, because my buddy Alex Waxman, who lives here, God's genius when it comes to this stuff. Like if I was a pro driver, he'd be my mechanic. He was really like, he was trying to get 7-minute qualifiers on 1 tank of fuel with his GT, and he was doing all types of making his own fuel. That's he went down to 16%. He made his own 16% fuel, scooping out the glow plug head and shaving it down to get more compression, to get more power. When he went down there, and he got it. So I don't know if the engines are developed now where they can do it better, but it's a stretch, right? But as you can see now, engines are being catered. When this class came out, it was basically taking a buggy and making it a on-road car. Right now, it's kind of gotten away from that. Remember, I don't know if it was earlier this year or last year, we was geeking out on all the different, like the Capricorn, the Genius, all these beautiful looking cars. Right now, S-Works, X-Ray, Kongnor, even WIRC is coming out with a nice looking one, because the guy down here that's big, that is in charge of here is the WIRC manager. I might even get one of them, to be honest, just because it's easy to get parts. They're coming out with a new one too, but the technology for these cars is just growing. Right now, I don't want it to get to touring car. Like we said, I don't want it to be GP. I don't want it to be touring car. I still want it to be very much GT, like it is. But man, these are some beautiful machines, and I see, like I see this class growing. It's good to see. You said you had the interviews in her. I guess we're gonna play them, and because you noted them down, you put them in the notes. I haven't seen all of this because I was racing this weekend, so I'm gonna add it. We're gonna put some volume to this, and see what they have to say. Let me know if you can hear this, Max.
3rd place in an unbelievable race. First of all, tell me how you felt when starting from position 4. Suddenly, you were in pole position.
Yeah, it was strange, but it was incredible for me. So, okay, I started with my pace, and the race was all okay until 20 minutes to the last. So, okay, was okay.
I understand the problem was you lost second gear. Is that right?
Yes.
And explain to people, how does that affect the car? How does that affect your lap time when you haven't got second gear?
Yeah, when you lost the second gear, you can't go full gas on the straight because you break your engine. So I think I lost like maybe 1.5 seconds, maybe 2 seconds also. So you can push like before because you break your engine. So you have to go more piano.
So are you very disappointed not to win the European Championship, or actually quite pleased you've come on the podium?
Be on the podium is really good things, but win is better. So yes, I'm a little bit sad, but okay.
Andre, well done.
Thank you.
Eduardo Rapetti, 2nd place in the final. I suppose, given the fact you didn't even start the race, that's an amazing result.
Yeah, of course, because in the grid the engine stopped, so we had to start with 1 lap from the top driver. So I tried to come back. I had a good result, but of course the second one is the first of the losers. So I'm very happy because this is the first European Championship for me. So I'm quite happy, but of course after the TQ, the second place is good, but not enough. But I'm really happy for this.
It was a crazy race. How much of that craziness were you told about by your pit crew, and how much could you see with your own eyes?
It's so hard because every refueling the position on the race change, so it was so difficult to keep focus on the race and not to the other driver because so many crashes and so difficult. Yeah.
But happy with second?
Yeah, happy.
It has been amazing because we started in first position because two people in front of me had some problem at the start. We was leading the field, but then the engine stopped because we ran out of fuel. After that, we knew that we had the speed to go fast and to be in first place, and we just put our head back and tried to push as hard as possible.
When did you know that Catanzani was in trouble? Because obviously you were actually 2 laps behind him after Flame, but he lost second gear. Was your team telling you that? And did you know you had to go as fast as possible, or just a little bit quicker to catch him up over the time?
My team in the pit, so Michele and Lello and also Federico were amazing. They were telling me everything. Actually, I don't speak a lot while running, but they tell me everything. So they were just saying, calm down, do your laps, and you are catching him until I overtake him.
And describe the feeling of being a European champion.
It's just unreal because after many, many years and a lot of emotions, a lot of races that I lost, a lot of races that I win, this is really, really crazy and amazing. Sounds super good.
You're on mute, Keenan.
Sorry about that. I got excited. Man, congratulations to Nessie. I look forward to meeting him next weekend, and a few other guys are coming as well.
You should do a live podcast with him.
I don't know if I'll be able to down there.
It's far away from your studio.
Yeah, it's in San Domingo. It's about 3.5 hours away from here. I'm going on to grab content. I'm going to have my kids and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I will talk to him, get an interview with him and all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, man. Yeah. Both of us are geeking out over GT. We want some GTs. Any companies out there, hook us up. Yeah. Hey, they have a saying in Spanish, que no la mama no la, que la grita no la mama. Who doesn't cry doesn't suck. So that's when you're a baby, you cry.
Yeah.
But I definitely like it. All right. So,
but I think I watched probably every one of those interviews.
You really geeked out on this then?
No, but I think I kind of wanted us to watch the interview because the production quality at these Euros was amazing. Like best I've seen so far. I'd say even better than RCGP in some ways.
RC Racing TV is good, man.
They have really improved, and even EFRA, like they was giving you round to round updating.
Yeah, I think that's because that's all controlled by RC Racing TV as well.
Oh, of course, yeah, for sure. But I think like the whole coverage was.
Yeah, I look forward to the Euro, the rest of the Euros, and especially the Nitro Euros. Well, the e-buggy Euros this past weekend. We're doing the Euro Bs. We're commentating the Euro Bs in July. Remember that first weekend of July. I look forward to working with RC Racing TV, Matt, Nick, all the camera, Frank, all them, James, all them guys. We're all good friends. I look forward to working with Nick Damon again in person. I've worked with him virtually as well. And yeah, man, I'm looking forward to. I'm so looking forward to the Worlds. I can't even. My excitement is amazing. GT, awesome. Definitely would love to go to a European Championships or World Championships for GT. Definitely, like to attend. So all good. All right, Maxi. Anything to add on GT before we? Oh, something I wanted to add. Italy, dude, once again, producing extremely fast races, both in off-road and in on-road.
Yeah, it's like they really love Nitro. Because when you think about it, electric racing, yeah, they have like one or two really fast guys in electric. Obviously Ongaro, but, he's more of a Nitro guy. But in Nitro, any class Nitro, there's an Italian world champion, Any class you can think of that Nitro, like Balestri, these guys all the time.
Kalari,
yeah,
Ongaro, Monsi, all these guys. Interesting stuff. All right. Max, we're gonna go into I have a couple of announcements before I go any further. Real quick, they're nothing too special, but before we do that, everybody, don't forget to do what Bobblehead Max says, and that is subscribe, hit that notification button, dislike or like, and leave a comment. That's right, Bobblehead Max. So a couple of announcements before we go any further. NNRC Cup points and everything is up on the Elite RC Productions website. We have a full write-up on the intermediate sportsman as well as the pro class there. I will leave a link for that in the written description of the podcast. If memory stands correct, I think Mayfield's actually in the lead now, Fend in the pro class. And also, due to the great success of May's Whip It Wednesday competition, and we're recording this on a Wednesday.
We're bringing it back?
Oh, yes, but we have a sponsor for it.
What?
Who's going to give a gift as well. So I want to say a big thank you to Zach Donathan at Donathan RC for all your charging leads. He's been a big supporter of the podcast. Him and I have become good friends. He's also going to support us going into the World Championships, which is great. He reached out and said, dude, I will sponsor the Whip It Wednesday competition. So now, Donathan RC, if you win, whoever wins the Whip It Wednesday competition will get themselves a custom NNRC charge lead of their choice, right? So it's something at stake here. But we have to set some rules. So the Whip It Wednesday, because it's now, by the time you heard this, I already have announced this. The rules are going to be, it has to be in the comments. I don't think we can accept pictures. I think it has to kind of be a video.
Oh, it has to be a video.
Right, so it has to be a video, and it can't be, click this link and watch a Facebook video. It has to be a video that we can download, everybody can see, and then we can show it here on the podcast when we announce it. So announcing, it is now June, as recording, it is the 5th of June. The Whip It Wednesday competition starts now. It will go to the end of the month, and we'll pick a winner, and you will also get showcased on the podcast. You will get a winner prize from Donathan RC as well. Thank you, Donathan RC, Sack, for all the support. Remember, it has to be a video, and no sending me private messages, all right, because that's going to get lost. I want this to be where everybody can see it. So it's going to send it. The only people that can send it private message will be patrons, because that's why I'm going to post it up there as well. Or YouTube guys, because YouTube guys can't post it on YouTube. But on Facebook, we need to have videos. I know pictures. We did pictures in the past, but we want to totally analyze these whips.
Yeah, and it has to be, whip,
yeah,
we don't
we're
want
not going to spend 30 minutes on it like last weekend.
What do you mean? Okay, this is the rules, Keaton. We will predetermine 3. Okay, we'll get 3 of the best ones, and then we'll watch them all here on the podcast. We have to get Kate on this too, and then we'll get a vote. They'll do a vote. You give each one gives a point, and then we do a tally.
We need to get placards. 9, 10. There we go. Good idea. I like that. So by the time you listen to this, the competition will be open. You get to win a NNRC charge lead of your choice from Donathan RC. All right, Max. Speaking of that, we're going to go into our upcoming races brought to you by Sidewinder Fuel. Sidewinder Fuel. Morgan Fuel has been collaborating with many of the world's top drivers for over 40 years. This has enabled us to test our fuels in many of the most challenging situations and take the development of competition fuels to the next level. The result is Sidewinder, the market's most powerful racing fuel. This fuel is track tested and proven by national and world champions, including Ryan Cavallari, Ryan Mayfield, Greg Degani, Mark Pavidis, and their top driver is Little Bump, and many more. These drivers appreciate that Sidewinder is blended perfectly for the high performance needs of competitive racing. Don't let victory slip through your fingers. Purchase Sidewinder today. If you want to get some Sidewinder, hit me up. I will put you in communication how to get some. All right, so this weekend we have the 8 scale electric e-buggy Euros being held at the Montpellier track in France. We saw the Montpellier race this past year that happened. It was a very exciting race. Pre-race talking points. I have to agree, man. Ongaro and Canas, probably the strongest contenders going into this. I would say Burton and Ronafalk can be very fast because those Ogo tires were very fast here for the Nitro Worlds. And I'm sure Nicola, I was talking to him earlier this week. So he's on his way there. I'm sure he's not happy about how even though Boots was very fast, but HOTRACE has been a very prominently dominant tire at this track, I do believe, if I'm not mistaken. Them and Seismic. So he's probably got something going for that. If HOTRACE can, HOTRACE is probably gonna. If HOTRACE can get it together, Boots can win this, I think, as well. And the conditions, I didn't even think of that because it's going to be kind of warm, right? Usually it's cold. Montpellier race.
I think that's what's going to throw a lot of people off because Ogo was good at the cold conditions. It even rained a bit here and there, and it was good all throughout. But that's in pretty much freezing. What's that, 40 degrees Fahrenheit?
Yeah, it's cold there. Well, it was cold and wet.
Yeah. So now it's south of France, so there's going to be probably over 30. What's that? 90, 100 between that in Fahrenheit.
90-ish.
Yeah. So it's going to be like that all weekend. Tire game, who knows what happens, and the thing is, the French who live close by, which most of the fast drivers do live in the south, they're going to get some practice on that track. Last summer, they had the brushless GP. Remy Bermudez won it in front of, Coelho, Berton, Bonnefock, all these guys. I mean, it's
anybody's race.
It's anybody's race. I mean, like I said, or like I wrote in the notes, Ongaro and Canas. You can't rule those two out. Last year, it was in Germany. Track was really difficult. Didn't really suit either of them. Okay, they had a bad e-buggy Euros last year. This year, they know the track. They're familiar with it. Both of their tires are going to be around there. It's not like the tires are going to suck. Also, you only need to get the tires to last for 10 minutes. You can have them slick after that. So you can run clay compound even if you really just need the grip and you can run it. It could be that the clay compound doesn't work anymore. Who knows? Nobody knows, I think. But I do think now or never, it's very likely that someone outside of the top guys are going to win. Someone like Remy Bermudez.
I would not be surprised.
Some of these French young guys, maybe even some more unknown name from, Pariente. Who knows? Someone like that.
Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah.
We might see. It's going to be interesting. Yeah. You can watch all the coverage on RC Racing TV this past weekend. That's coming up this weekend as well. We will share all links for that on the No Name RC podcast social media. Our good friends at RC Racing TV.
One thing I need to say.
Okay.
I don't think Orlowski is going.
No, because he's going to be at ETS.
Yeah. So I think Orlowski kind of stopped with the 8-scale thing for now. He's focusing on road and then scale. That's pretty much it. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. But I mean, I'd be surprised if someone like Ongaro doesn't win, but it's very possible for that.
Absolutely. And that's a great segue into ETS round number 1, being held at Apeldoorn, Netherlands. Like we said, Hara coming over to represent Express and Coyote Electronics. When I talked to, I think we talked about this. When I talked to JQ about his experience in Philippine Masters, he was very shocked at how fast and how easy Hara got up to pace. I expect him now. Onward's a little different thing, but that was his specialty. It's going to be interesting to see. Orlowski is defending his title. It's going to be good. How many rounds of ETS is it?
I think they were at 6 before. Okay. Right now, they have 5 on the calendar. So
Okay.
I'd expect then 5.
RC Racing TV will also be providing coverage of this as well. So that's going to be available. You'll share all of that on our social media. I have a question before we move on, because this was brought up to me by my one of our friends that we know in the Netherlands, Boss Ruter. And he came up and he goes, what do you think is the more prestigious class, 8-scale nitro or touring car? And I was like, 8-scale nitro by far.
Oh,
and he's
yeah,
like,
not even
well,
a
what about,
question.
he goes, what about ETS? I was like, yeah, but that's 5 races in Europe. Where no, don't get me wrong. Touring cars still very big in Europe, somewhat big in America. Not as big as it used to be, but I still don't see it being as prestigious as 1/8-scale nitro. So, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think it's hard because I think 8-scale nitro and 8-scale track, like those two are like the most prestigious classes in RC, period. Then after that, probably like Pancars.
2-wheel drive.
And then
10
2-wheel
scale.
drive, yeah.
I think it's 8-scale and then 2-wheel drive 10-scale, to be honest. Then GT, then GP. That's my thoughts.
I don't know. I mean, these days, yeah, because obviously the level in 2-wheel drive is much higher. But I would, like, historically, I'd put GP ahead of 2-wheel drive and then 2-wheel drive ahead of Pancars, probably. But yeah, like touring cars, they are still like a relatively new class, considering. Same with 10-scale on-road. Like that class started like early 2000s. So touring cars started a bit earlier than that. But yeah, I think like touring cars instead of prestige is not that big. Obviously, it's like the number one on-road class right now. Like it's the best on-road drivers in RC all drive in 10-scale touring. Okay. I think that's like easily to be said. Like that's how it is, and that's the most competitive class. But it's still not even close in prestige to 8-scale off-road or even 8-scale GP, in my opinion. Maybe in the future it will be, if the same form of development goes on, but who knows, right? I mean, manufacturers are really putting effort into touring. It's definitely doing really well in Europe, I feel.
Okay. I look forward to watching that. Also, upcoming races, we have J Concepts INS in Iowa this weekend. I believe I saw little bumps going to that. Then, of course, the third weekend of June, we have the Royal Nationals, 1/8-scale fuel nationals from HRCR. Very much looking forward to that as well. Coverage will be by Live RC. Love that race. I call it the heartbreak race as well. Then we have the B Euros coming up July 1st, which we're going to be a part of. Then I fly out to go to RC Pro-Am, which is looking pretty good with the pros in the Jersey. That's Brent Dunsford of Beach RC, his brainchild. As well, we went last year. It's moved to July this year. Then, of course, we have the big USA race of the summer, which is Wicked Weekend, which I absolutely loved last year. The Elite RC Productions crew will be doing that. We also have some Florida RC Championships. There's lots of racing. We have the European Championships as well. We have large-scale championships coming up as well in Europe, on-road and all that type of stuff. So it's a busy summer in front of us leading up to the World Championships. The Asian Buggy Championships, round number 3, happening at the Pine Hills Dirt Racing, July 11th to 14th. Same weekend as the actual race that I'm going to, the RC program. It's a lot of races on that summer, that date. And one of those races is actually the Dakota Slideways Midwest Nationals Money Payout Race, which is happening July 12th to 14th. Let's have a look at their promo. All right, don't forget that is Dakota Slideways Midwest Nationals, July 13th to 14th. This is a cash payout racing in Aberdeen, South Dakota. If you want to get any more information about this race, go to facebook.com, Dakota Slideways, and contact them there. All righty, Max. I think it's time to go on to our guest this weekend. And our guest this weekend, and this is all about something that I've talked about, you've talked about, you know our guy here from Poland, Pawel of RaceStars Poland, who's also been developing a program of hand-eye coordination and regiment to help develop racers physically and mentally to perform better. I sat off. This was only supposed to be like a 20-minute conversation, but it ended up being about an hour and 20 minutes. And we talked about what he's been doing. He's been working with Pekko, working with Jessica Paulson, and a few other drivers. Obviously, we've known Pawel for quite some time. So it was a good talk with him. Bear in mind, guys, English is not his first language, so he does pronounce things a little bit different, but he's a very exciting guy. He's super into RC. He's also got some cool bags coming out. And that's brought to you by Tekno RC. We thank Tekno RC for all their continued support. After that, after this interview, we'll get back to our beach RC bench racing Q&A. So here's our interview with Pawel. And do you think that this type of stuff will be the future for RC racers?
Tekno RC. Tekno RC is a championship-winning manufacturer of high-performance A-scale, 10-scale, nitro, and electric RC buggies and trucks. With a worldwide dealer network, USA and Europe-based headquarters, comprehensive warranty program, and global race support, Tekno RC is excellence in RC. View the full lineup of Tekno RC race-proven vehicles by visiting www.teknorc.com.
So joining me this week for a special Invisible Speed segment. If you want to find out more about Invisible Speed, check out the links in the written description of this podcast. It's an affiliate link. It helps me out a little bit, and I greatly appreciate it. Obviously JQ has been on the podcast many, many times. No need to introduce him. He's already on this podcast, but Pawel has been on the podcast before as well. It was quite some time ago. If you guys don't know who Pawel is, he is from the RaceStars Poland crew over there in Poland. He's been very active designing tracks. He's been designing all of the EOS tracks that they've been doing over the last 2 years. He's also been coming up with some awesome exercises, theories about training hand-eye coordination. We did touch on this a couple years ago when we had you on her. I finally got to meet you at the Worlds about 2 years ago. What's up, Pawel? How you doing?
How you doing, guys? Thank you for introducing me. It's nice to be here again. We hear each other, I believe, was 2 or 3 years ago, and last time we met each other and in the World Champion in Radovan. Yeah, maybe one more time this year.
I'll be there. I'll see you there if you're going to be there.
Yeah, I'll try to be there. That's one of the goals.
Okay. Real quick, so people know who you are. Tell us really quickly about Poland, the RaceStars program, your track building, and also your art, because you also do the track art, and you make this awesome. When you design a track, it's also artwork on a piece of paper.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for the questions. In Poland, some time ago, we just started working about the RaceStars training program. We call this that. It's come from let's say my side, but the idea it's probably many people just start thinking about that, how to become a better driver instead of the better mechanic. Because the 99% conversation it's about the setups, and this is really, really important. That's why Joseph write the book and do the stuff with the technical aspect. Because from my paintings and from the paint job what I do, I go into the athlete sport. So I paint a canoe for right now for Olympic in Paris, in French. So then I start give the questions for the national trainers. Hey, look at my sport, look at my, let's say, the scale motorsport, and what we can do to be a faster driver, how we can handle, like a 1 hour main aspect, how to be more perfect or more consistency with let's say with the carpet racing, because this is really you drive by millimeters from fans, and also 112, it's really really amazing class. So I just start to give the question and ask about some advice with that kind of coaches, like a national coach and and the athletes, and they give me some.
Yeah, I just want to make it clear. So people will know on her. You paint canoes. So I remember you telling me for people to do the Olympic canoeing and the Olympics and all that type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember when you first came on, you was talking to the trainers about what you can learn and what we can adapt to RC. So just wanted everybody to understand that part of it.
Yes, thank you. There was through of my job of my painting connection, I met many different people, and from last 6 years I stick with with the canoe and let's say the athlete sport. So they give me the access for that people, then I can give the question what I have, and we have some solution. We just working from last 2 years, let's say, the seriously, and from 3 or almost 4 years we start talking about in the beginning we talk with the Bartek Zalewski father.
Zalewski, very fast young Polish driver.
Yes, and we came together for many ideas, and for sure they use some of them right now. But on the relationship, I'm not his coach, let's say, I'm not his coach. We find many solutions together. We have some really cool meeting with a national trainer, and that from it's really, really nice. The conclusion, we sit together in the table with the national coach and me, Bartek father and Bartek, and the first question, and this is the first question for everybody: how many times a week do you practice? That was the first question from this guy. We even can sit and we just say we practice in Friday before race 2 times a month, like a regular driver. Probably the regular driver, they drive like 2 times a month, every 2 weeks or something. So, and how you can become a better if you practice 2 times a month, because the Friday it's a practice, but then you set up the car, then you do all the setups, but how you, and after the meeting, they give us many nice ideas, but after the meeting, the final idea and final conversation conversation point was everything what you do with the practice, whatever you practice, whatever, gym, tennis, whatever, if you do this 3 times a week, 1.5 hours, they give you the really good progress. With, of course, you go up really fast and then you slow down, you're better and better, but the progress is going slower on some of the point. But from, let's say, you, me, even Joseph, if you like, we practice for next 3 months, 3 times a week for 1.5 hours, do some different exercises compared to, also driving, then we probably improve a lot. Depends. If you're on the lower level, you improve a lot. If you're on the pro level, you improve, let's say, 1/10 of the seconds for every lap. But this is also important for the top level. That's why the guys, they drive so closely, and this is the point. So 3 times a week, 1.5 hours. If you practice, you do some exercises, and you can handle that. They give you the good progress. If you do it this less, like 2 or 1 times a week, they probably keep your level. So we will not go lower, you will not go worse, but you will not so. With the progress, they not go so fast. And because on our RC, we're racing on the weekend, and in the, middle of the week, everybody are working and have other things to do to have the money for the weekend. So the idea of the RaceStars program and on the on the make it a class on the invisible speed. That's why I also have the chapter there. Yep. We try to put this together, and we have some cool ideas how to work on that. We just start working with Joseph about put the right program up there, and I think that soon it's going out on the live and going out on the market.
Okay, I just want to rewind a little bit. You also have working with Jessica Paulson. I think did Orlowski also? Is he doing something with you?
No, with Michael. No, Michael. It's really hermetic. How to say? We have a lot conversation, and I speak with Michael. Maybe not many times, but really a couple of times about our ideas, our direction of the ideas. I share with him some of the tips from the national coach and so on, and they say we're going on the right direction. He didn't say, hey, this is probably not works, but he'll say, hey, this is interesting. But Michael, it's one of the faster drivers in the world.
He's flying right now.
So it's difficult to, probably we too small yet to get the trust from Michael, but good enough to get the trust from, other drivers.
Okay, so for those of you that may be wondering what we're talking about hand-eye coordination exercises. I think one of the most familiar things that people have seen, if you've seen Formula One, and you see sometimes before these drivers go out there where they have the tennis balls, like his trainer or coach or will have the trainer, he'll have the tennis balls up here, and he has his hands like this underneath him and he's catching them, trying to focus and build hand-eye coordination. So that's what you was talking to the coach about. JQ, are you there? Are you paying attention?
I'm here.
So I've said this to you countless times about, are we going to see an RC? So I'm going to use Alden Baker as an example, right? I'm sure he's doing all this type of stuff with his riders and all that type of stuff in motocross. What finally kind of made you realize that possibly is something that can help RC, and how did you get linked up with Pawel to do this on the course? Or maybe you can describe what you want on the course and the chapter in his book. A chapter in the book that you got too, Pawel. I haven't even gotten one word in the book yet, like not even a mention.
Don't worry, but you will hear a lot from our conversation, so you don't need to read.
So go ahead, Jake. You tell us a little bit.
I think that the thing about RC is that the industry is so small, so there's not really enough money for it to be further developed or more professional. But what you need to have any kind of progress really is for someone to be passionate about a subject and then do it without really making money, at least at first. So you just do it. And then eventually, hopefully, it can turn into something where it's actually worth your time and you can also earn some money doing it. So that's why there is not more professionalism in RC. It's just because the industry is so small. So for me, also in the beginning, I wrote setup guides and made videos that were just free, and I didn't earn anything from that. But then eventually, after some time, then I wrote a book, and now I have a course. And now it's possible for me to do that work, to help people learn and to understand and improve their racing and make something back of that. And Pawel is in a situation now where he has a lot of knowledge to share, which can help, but it's difficult for him to actually spend the time and make any kind of money back. By us linking up, it's possible for Pawel to reach the invisible speed audience and share his ideas, which are good and which are proven in any, legitimate sport. And hopefully, when people start using his ideas and noticing that there's benefits to them, then they can, for example, sign up to his coaching, where he can one-on-one help people improve their racing, which is far more effective than just watching a video or listening to a podcast and then yourself doing stuff. So that's what he has already done with some people, but now it will become possible to sign up for Pawel's coaching and get personalized support and help and advice for how to practice and how to work on your mental side of racing.
So I have a question for you, JQ. Being as you've talked to Pawel and seen some of his techniques, have you tried any? Have you tried any of his exercises or anything like that?
No, but we will make because I haven't really been racing. I'm retired, But we will have Pekko as our test subject.
He's your guinea pig.
Yes, so he will join the program and.
So, Pawel, this is not just about hand-eye coordination. This is also a mental thing. So, maybe you can explain how this helps. You've done it. But explain to the people how this helps them mentally as well, because RC is very mental, right? And you got to keep calm and collected. So explain to us maybe what you're doing in your programs, how that can help people out mentally.
Let's say, wait, I just make some lists so I can follow my points. So one point I already done. Let's say. Everything is connecting. So more you go on the training, more you practice. This gonna work for 80% of people who will join the course and who will just even try to check this just after this podcast. So the first thing what we miss, it's how many times you do your car before race and you sleep 3 hours and you go racing and you fucked up. One thing. So really simple.
Rest, having proper rest.
Yeah, that's the one thing. Another stuff, it's a water exchange in your body. Actually, that's the water in the body. I will explain later how they works. And another, it's a nerve system. So all this is connected. Nerve system doesn't work without water, and doesn't work well without any. When we don't sleep enough. That's the really basic stuff. And I don't need to explain so much about this, but I need to explain so much about this because nobody care about that. And that's the one point. I think at Alexander Hagberg, they talk, he say about this, hey, sleep before race really well. That's the one point. This is really works. And especially in his class, when he drive 112, that's the, when you don't sleep in 112, then just not go on the track is no sense, even if you drive 1,000 kilometers to the race and you don't sleep enough. So 112, they eat you in the morning, Other stuff, it's, it's some kind of exercises. What one of the best, it's an easy, it's a juggling. I always recommend that. And many people who try this and they learn this, they say, all right, this works. And other stuff we have only one thing on the market for like a simulator, the VRC, and not so many people like this because that's the that's the really bad simulator. But all right, that's a really bad simulator, but we don't have nothing else to do, So if you don't have access for the track, if you don't have enough money to go on the track 3 times a week, don't blame VRC. Just install, grab your transmitter, and do some. I will say that. Do your kilometers, do your miles on a VRC. That's the one point. I don't hear you, Lefty. You have the.
I said I think VRC helps because I think it helps. I was talking to Alex Lim, who was at the recent IBC race, and it's like, Lefty, I'm living on VRC, and this kid's fast, and he's getting faster and faster. He just said I couldn't get to track, so I was doing that. Funny thing you bring up about nutrition and rest. I was talking to one of the mechanics for one of the top stock drivers. Well, he's now going to modified in America. And he was saying that exactly what you said, that he makes sure that he got rest before a race. And on the race weekend, it was no more Red Bulls and all that type of stuff. It was just strictly water, right? Just water for that weekend. And he said he noticed immediately an improvement in his performance. None of these sugary energy drinks, none of that stuff, just water, proper rest, and also eating properly, like not trying to eat a whole bunch of fast food, but having proper meals to be fueled. I know this sounds crazy because we're talking about standing up and driving RC cars, but it all corresponds with your nervous system, like you said, your brain and all that stuff. If you're undernourished, if you're dehydrated, and you're unrested, you are not going to perform mentally as well as you should.
Then you can, if you make all these three mistakes, so you go take a beer and you enjoy and watch how the other people are driving, and probably you will have a more fun instead of make some, frustration on the driver's stand and blame everybody. Then he doesn't, he take you out, or, the marshal doesn't take your car, because this is all that from, and if you just talk with yourself and say, all right, I drive for fun. So I do for fun. I make mistake for fun, and all that stuff, and you don't have nothing, you're not saying nothing wrong to anybody else around, because these are your mistakes and so on. So we are clean, we are absolutely clean. But if you're there and you try to racing the guy who, practice more, and you drive 2 times a month, and you expect from yourself more than you can do it, this is the main problem, So I believe the people who's watching that, they understand what I like to, what I want to like to explain. Then when we fair by yourself, when you fair by yourself, all right, I just racing for fun. Let's say I buy the Joseph book. I catch what the Joseph right there. The really nice stuff what the Joseph say, I always remember, this is not the sugar, Joseph, this is just the right things. You say, all right, I have everything what I have on my table. Doesn't matter the tires are used, the car are not super fresh, the engine are not so good, and so on. But all right, I have what I have, and okay, let's make from this the result what I can get. What this, items give me the results. So I cannot expect the winning. Of course, we wish you, but the items give me some results. So let's focus what I have and maximize this what I have. And that's the point. But we are humans, we are racers, and the motorsport are the, like a tuning parts trap. So you always, sometimes to watching, sometimes you should be watch, naked woman in the night in internet, but no, we just watching the tuning parts, and we just searching, okay, I will buy this, tuning
RC nerds,
shop.
RC nerds.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
So,
and this make our sport, like a bit different, but we really forget about this, what it's really matter. And it's, of course, the tuning part that doesn't make you faster. The faster make you when you feel better, when you have a good day. And this is what I talk. And actually, this is less expensive than the tuning parts. And when you add later on the tuning parts into the, the shape, what you can make with the course and with the ideas, this give you really good results.
Okay, so as a average racer coming to you to seek your help, how do you start off writing up? So I assume that these programs are individually based for the individual, or not, or is it like one type of program for everybody?
Of course not, but with some level, yes. It's one of the way it's when you buy the book, you have the program there. You can follow. I think this is the program for 4 weeks or 5 weeks almost. And if you just follow the program, and you will make it this like a, only what you can check, in this, only what you can check, it's yourself, nobody else.
Right.
Yeah. And when you're doing the program and you want more, so this is the way then you can come back, and also when we open, if we collect the class, we open the class, there also will be like basic program for almost for everybody, but this is like a starter program. Yeah, everybody need to go through of this. Like you go to military, so you have this basic program. Okay. Everybody need to go that. So it's the same. It is the same here. Another idea what I have, and I wish everybody, and I also wish this I say also to Joseph that you rent the truck in the Italy and make some, for 3 months, make the invisible speed camps, for difference, So we go for, look the idea, guys. You have the truck when the weather, all right, we have the weather, right? We have the weather. We not talk about the weather. We have the weather in the summertime. You go for 10 days with your family, whatever, with a nice place, nice truck. For 10 days, you wake up in the morning. It's a training camp. Like with any sport, you have training camp. We don't have. We have only in the weekend. The scientists, they measure how many you can understand things in the, let's say, in 2 days. So I can give you 10 points, but probably in 10 days, in 2 days, if we discuss 10 points, probably after 2 days, like a weekend workshop, probably you can really understand and you can use, it's a 2 or 1, really then understand later. The rest you forget. So check 10 days. You morning, I did that one time, and actually that was pretty cool. We catch some good weather, and with Marco Barufalo. So hi Marco. And in the morning, we have, breakfast and all that stuff like everybody camp has, but we just do, some morning setup ideas and so on. Then we have some testing on the track, and on the every day we have some 1 or 2 qualification, so we can measure. So the training camp for the radio control cars, when you want to improve. So when you go for 10 days, you spend some nice time up there. You have probably will be 3 months in front in many, if you need to do many races. But this is the future idea. And this is also what we miss in our radio control. So 10 days on the track, testing, doing that stuff, do some exercises, do some VRC and all the things. When you put this together, they prepare you for a really good race. I have idea for, actually I already write, this like not official, but I already write some idea about the training camp in my area, what I have in home. So 5 kilometers from my home, I have an indoor track when you can practice carpet. This is the carpet track. It's on the 10,000 square meters gym places. So behind the wall, I have a football, some small football place. I have a classic gym. I have boxing. I have, martial arts. I have some other stuff. So every kind of sports, what you can use, I have behind the wall in the 5 kilometers from my home, 7 kilometers from my home. I don't know how many miles that's. It's like a 5 or 4. Anyway, close. Yeah. Anyway, really close. I have, our club, the outdoor track when you can practice by clay. I designed this track. I make this track. They don't look nice, but they have, I make an oval, the oval racing. Yes. So think about it. You have straight line. You go out, you have some jumps. Behind on the end, you have some jumps. And then you turn back. So we have oval. Why oval? Because you can practice on the high speed. You can practice acting the car on the high speed, and you only think about this roundabout, jump this, and you're testing some high speed actions, high speed reaction. You can catch how your engine work on the high speed situation and so on. When you want tight, you go closer. So the track, they have a couple of, border open, so you can choose which way you want. I see this in like in Brazil. Infield. Yeah, I see this in the Brazil. This guy who should be design the David. Yes. Hello, buddy. This is one of my masters. The guy really, really understand the car physics. And if I'm West here, our racing cars, our are designed to jump forward, not high, not like this. Our cars designed to jump forward. they like jump forward. That's why all the Spanish guy are really fast, because all the tracks are jump forward. Like
Miguel does a good job too. Miguel does a very good job.
This is another one. This is my Europe master.
You can tell his type of track. I have a quick question because JQ left us, and I was going to get his opinion on this. So what about the seasoned professional racer? Can he get some benefits from some of the programs that you have? And what can people expect on the, I know you have it on the book. If you haven't purchased the book, there's one right there. I don't know why it's so out of shot, but I know you have a chapter in Invisible Speed, but what about the online course? What are you going to be doing on the online course with JQ and whatnot? What can people expect there?
We can go back now to the VRC, and because from the discussion about the VRC, we jump, to other stuff. But on the online course, and the people who's joined the online course, I recommend 3 times a week practice. You have morning routines, you have evening routines. It's not difficult to handle, and the VRC are the best tool to just get the everyday transmitter contact. You need to have the question is how many main finals you do by week. Got you. The simulator is very important. The VRC side is important. We get the nutrition side is important. What about the exercise part? Now, we can't give away too much of that. But tell us a little bit about that. How important is that? Because I think that these top drivers, like most of these top drivers are like, so here's why I started to say, I say Mayfield, even though Mayfield's the complete opposite. He likes to drink beer before he goes on a race. But these guys are no different. Their mentality in their brain is no different from any top soccer player, any top NFL basketball player. That's why they're professionals, right? So I believe that at some point, programs like what you're talking about, exercise and nutrition, all that type of stuff, is something that's going to give these drivers a little bit of an edge. Somewhat similar if we go back to Ayrton Senna back in the day, Formula One. He was one of the first Formula One drivers to really take getting into shape and physical activity and weightlifting and all that stuff and get serious about it when others weren't really doing that too much. Yes, they might have done a little bit, but he was one of the first guys to really get into that. And now it's absolutely natural. Like, you have a trainer, all this type of stuff. We talked about Alton Baker in motocross. I have been saying this for a couple of years now since I started talking to you and talking to other people. I think this is the next step for that pro driver to elevate himself over his competition. Yeah, and that's actually this is the big hole in our industry. And yes. There is like an empty hole, and I opened the door and hey, it's nobody there.
Because it takes a lot to convince people that this works, because somebody's going to start like one of these. Okay, you got Paulson. I know you have Zolowski. Barufalo may have done some of the stuff. One of these guys are going to really take this seriously one day and hit you up and be like, hey, Pawel, I need this program designed around me. I need to be able to be, I want to do nutrition. I want to do physical exercise, all this type of stuff. This special exercises that you've been designing, like the tennis ball stuff and all that there. And they're going to take it seriously. And that's going to give them the edge that they need to beat their competition. And then we're going to see everybody do it. There's going to be like 5 or 6 Pawels doing what you're doing.
Exactly. Yeah, there is a many room for, let's say, the coaches who will understand what I talk, because this is, I would like to be remembered. I would like to be remembered like a guy who's give the idea officially. This is impossible to handle everybody in the whole world, and I only would like to be just remember. Hey, that was the Pawel from Poland who gave the idea, because really from now on we can really measure. Yes, now on we can really check this in the next 2 years. Many people we will talk about this, and yes, come back to the exercises, because we just start with that. Let's say the morning routine, it's just running. If you don't like running, go swimming. You need to exchange your water, what you have in the body. If you not sweat, if you not sweat regularly, you not exchange your water, and the water start to convert to like an acid, and the acid start blocking the not electron, but the electric signal who's jumping from one neuron to another. And we talk about this liquid, what the neuron are in. And in the liquid, you have some minerals who's also helping jump this faster. That's why when you in the good shape, if you, let's say you do some morning routine, like a running, it's not important that you run some kind of distance. Important it's then you can find when you start be little bit tired, when you start be, like a little bit hard you can walk. It doesn't matter. We can fast walk.
Just get busy.
Yes, exactly. So this is your limit. All right. Go and do it this 20 minutes. That's it. Before eating in the morning, you just wake up, go and do it. That's it. In our level, in the regular level, this is really enough. And I also cut this for example, I have one of my top right now, the students, it's Andreas from Norway. He just
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, we just prepare him for 112 euros. They just going there right now. We will see, because he was 14, I think 17 or 14 last year, and we will see what we can get from that. But for example, he I asked him about what kind of sport he do. Of course, like many people in our hobby doesn't do so much. So the first weeks I just say, hey, go and fast walk. That's it. And after some week, I just give him, run 2 minutes, walk 3, and that's it. So this is really easy stuff. But they start exchange this, acid water from the body. Also, when he go back, take the shower. On the end, when you, clean yourself, take like the coldest shower how you can handle, so you switch the water from warm to cold, and you just, easily you will see how far you can go. The point is, all right, go to cold, the ice bucket, right? Go there. But and this is really works for nerve system on the end. But when you're not used to it then you should be just go a little bit slowly. So even the cold water on the end when you do the shower, this give you the nerve system are more fresh, are just I just better for sure when you're testing that, how you feel after the cold water, and then this is how they works. Then after you can eat something, like a recommended stuff for for the eating, and that's it. On the second part of the practice, because this is the morning routine. The morning routine, go to work, do what you need. He go to school, for example, and also Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. I recommend this day for practice on VRC, practice on this routine, because Monday are for the rest. Sunday probably we go back from racing or from the weekend, and the weekend, like a weekend, it's for you. So Thursday we done. Friday probably you packing and you drive for the race and you have some practice up there, or you can spend the weekend with your family. This is your business, what you do in the weekend. And the Monday it's always off, so you can rest after the, let's say, the busy weekend. So that's why the 3 days in the week, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, are the most the really regular days in the regular person, the random person. They just you go to work.
It's like any training.
Yeah, exactly.
How about specific exercises to build up the hand-eye coordination and all that type of stuff? Have you developed? I know you don't want to go too deep because it's easy to emulate. But have you been working on those type of exercises to enhance those that coordination?
Yeah, that's this is not because whatever I can say here, it's always individual for everybody.
Right. You said juggling. You said juggling is one of them, right?
The juggling. The juggling, there is when you know how to juggling, they work different, and when you learn how to juggling, the process work different to what you do. What you do, let's say on the VRC, because we connecting this by VRC. So you have in the book you have 5 minutes juggling, 10 minutes racing, 5 minutes juggling, 10 minutes racing. I put this to exercises, I not you and also when you do the VRC, just stay front of the computer. If you see my setup, how I have I have two screens, one up and one down, and one up it's it's a little bit angle screen, so I have this for VRC, and I just stay front of them. I take on the arm, I just set up this how I like it, and I just stay there 45 minutes, 1 hour, 1.5 hours, because let's say the nitro, it's a glory. So our main distance, it's a 1 hour racing. And everybody who need to prepare on that, they need to handle 1 hour 20. This is how you need to handle. If you handle 1 hour 20, 1 hour, it's easy for you, for your body, actually. Did you try to stay 1 hour front of the screen and do the jobs?
Focus
1 hour. Yeah, exactly. And
are you standing up or sitting down?
Are going like this.
Excuse me? Are you standing up or sitting down?
I standing up. And I always recommend.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. Because when you do that, then because when you see the 5 minutes racing doesn't matter. 5 minutes racing doesn't matter. On the high level, it's matter because when you see that you have a different blood. Blood flow. Yes, exactly. And this is what we do. Of course, we like to sit like on the front of the screen and just, racing. And I done this many times, but my back hurts me and my ass hurts me, from sitting. And when you stay you stay you stay 45 minutes front of them, then you start feel, all right, this hurt, this hurts me here. I not remember the words of this, but
wrist.
This bone start hurt you, because you handle this. So then you can know, okay, I need to, do some stretching for that, for muscles. And when you done this, your fingers listen you better, because the blood pressure is better there. And this is. Look, there's no any secret there. Everybody know this, but nobody use this, and that's the difference. And everybody know we need to eat healthy and be healthy and do some sports, but we not do that because we are hobby driver and lazy guys. And when we come back to begin of our conversation, I would just say, hey, if we be fair by yourself and we say, all right, I'm the hobby driver. I do what I have and I just, do this for hobby. Then you don't blame anybody if you're fresh and, if you crash and you have some problems on the track and so on. That's the one point. But if you expect to be better and you will not do some of the stuff like this, then this is the way how to do it. This is the way how we should be now, how we should be a little bit thinking. Check the PECO. We talk about PECO. PECO and ETS. That was really nice to actually check how they works. And the feedback what I get from PECO was he can faster push. When you go on the PECO level, there was modified ETS class, so this is really fast. So sometimes you sit 3 hours, and you race 5 minutes. What you do in these 3 hours? You just walk around, breathe the same. There was 200 people on the place, and there was not so much fresh air up there, and you just you start breathing acid. So I say to PECO, hey, 30 minutes before your race, half an hour before your race, come to me. We have our tent there. We have the VRC there. We have some juggling balls there. And we say, I say to PECO, hey, if you need more racing, So you start 10 minutes VRC, 10 minutes juggling, 10 minutes VRC, and go straight to your driver's stand. This is the warm-up. Everybody do the warm-up in the sport. When you run or whatever, you do the warm-up. And this is your warm-up. And if you need more used to it for VR, for the racing and handle the vehicle, then you do that. If you need general focus, you start by juggling, you do VRC 10 minutes, and you finish by juggling. Because when you learn how to juggling, you're really focusing what you do. You really, because you try. So then you focus on this, what you do. And this push you to be more focused on the general. If you know how to juggling, if you know how to juggling, you use this by a consistency. Because when you know how to juggling and all the move are let's say on the right place, so you start focusing, but you start to do something, consistency. This is how you learn consistency. This really connect. So Peko, they choose himself what they need, and every run they do some different stuff on the VRC. And what is the difference between VRC and the normal racing? Of course, that's a fucking huge difference. Yeah, right. But we not set up the car. We only set up the steering wheel for them. So when he go on the track, he don't feel so much different between his car on the real life and the car who's turning on the VRC. And that's it, because the rest setup doesn't matter. You need to do the laps and perfect laps.
Muscle memory.
Exactly. And this is how you're working with the muscle memory. So when you do that, so he was already half an hour warm-up before 5 minutes. There was important 5 minutes. So then he go there and he say, hey, when I go on the track, I only need 2-3 laps in the warm-up to just feel, then I can push. So faster, he can find a limit, because always we drive on the limit, when you crash, like a flip over limit, so we always balance in that. Who will drive in the, smaller gap between the flip over and that, then will be faster. And he say, okay, I can faster recognize where is my limit on the corner, so I can push not in the, let's say, in the second minutes of the race, but in the first minute on the race. So that's how he feel. That feedback I get from him, and there was maybe coincidence or something, but he beat Michael Orlowski by best lap. So there was Peko best lap on the track on the whole weekend. So and I think he start from 7 and finish 5 or 6. Anyway, they finish higher than start on the main final on the modified. So
so I have a question.
This is what we ended. Yeah.
What are you going to be doing? What type of things will you be doing with Peko next to maybe level up a little bit more?
I have for him a training partner. This is my student from Poland, Piotr. He win EOS stock. I heard Piotr Stankiewicz. This is the healthy guy. God damn it, he have almost 2 meters. That's really high. 17 years old boy. They go to gym regularly. I was sitting with him 2 weeks in the EOS and ETS, and I know that he not drinking. He win his EOS pokal, and there was only 2 pokals because they combine points from 2 classes and give from 2 races and 2 classes. One get Michael, one get Peter. That was really amazing for me, and we was really enjoying that. And there was like all right, this is my small success, then we going on the right direction. Peter, he do the job, hey, they say, hey, I got the pokal, let's drink, let's celebrate. They drink half a beer.
I see Paulson is doing the juggling as well. I've seen some videos of her doing the juggling.
Oh yes. Yeah.
So that's a big thing.
The Paulson is a different story, and I will. This is like the Peter and they are the young age, and they do 4 times a week gym. They do lots of practice, and this will be a sparring partner on VRC for Peko, because both of 2 guys, they need to get the softer trigger, because both of two guys, I already say him, that's why you're good in stock, because when you press the throttle, you don't have more power. That's why this is the power how you can handle. And Pekko, they doing well. Also, like Adam Issai, when he drive off-road, they push a lot so much. But when he switched to on-road, they start recognize, okay, this is not pay off. This is not pay off so much. And so the case what I work with, what I need to work with Pekko and Peter, it's make his trigger bit softer. So the exercises what I recommend for him, I will write the special programs for all the guys. But one of them, there will be probably one of 2 times a week. They should be meet each other on the VRC and race on the lowest it's possible. Like asphalt track, for example, modified asphalt track, and you switch to lower grip, and you choose all the lower stuff. So actually, this is not almost real, but then you need to work a lot with the trigger. So this is the exercise. When you go on the real track, you will feel the track have a lot of grip. So when you feel the track have lots of grip, it doesn't matter that it's low grip for everybody, but you feel that you have enough grip to push. So that's why the VRC, we should be used like a tool. This is the game. It's really shitty. The engine is from 98. The game going on the really wrong direction. And
we need a better VRC. We need a better sim.
We don't have nothing else. We need to use this. But somebody who will build a new simulator, they will be a rich person. And I wish everybody who have access, who have enough money, and who can invest like probably let's say 1 million. I don't know which. Who
I was talking about this with recently? Barkan Killick. He wants to make he wants to make a new. He's into programming and all that stuff. Apparently, he wants to make a proper sim. When he wants to go to school and all that stuff.
After when I speak with you, I will call to Kilic. No, we know each other very well.
Yeah.
Hi, Burak. Really good idea. You should meet.
Oh, Barkan, the younger one.
The younger.
Yeah, Barkan still wants to go to school for all that there. So
they know this from me.
Yeah, so that's good, man.
We talked in the US one time.
So I guess
Jessica Parson, because we got Peter and Pekko. What I recommend for those guys, we should be make him, like a softer throttle works, and this give him a lots of benefits with on the race. That's one case. Of course, I cannot say more about his training because we will see. Jessica, I wish everybody to handle half of the training what the Jessica do. If everybody do the half of the training of how the Jessica do for many years, you will be twice as better like you are right now. And it doesn't matter with who I'm talking, really doesn't matter. I don't know nobody who can work that hard, and it's not how actually. I don't know so many people who, especially this is a woman. This is the fastest woman in the world right now.
Yeah, I think she's the best female driver in the world.
Exactly. And she have fucking character, look, you need to, she go to work like a 6:30, I don't know, something like that. I don't know how it's now, but before Radovan or something, I think she did something like this. So she have 6:30 to work, and she wake up 4:30 to go run in the morning, just wake up 4:30 and go on the run in 3 months or 5 months or 6 months, and this is just small part. She do boxing, I say him to do some juggling. You see some movie, but there was like a catch and temptation movie. She did that many times before, and she practiced a lot on the reel because her parents have, I don't know how it's exactly. She have access for the carpet track.
Right, so they have carpet track and they have 8-scale track.
8-scale track. So they have access both of them, and I just give him some exercises for the VRC, but she say, no, I want to do it on live. I said, all right, respect. And when I give her, actually there was pretty solid program before Radovan, and the same program I gave to Bartek. There was that time, like 2 years ago, 3 years ago was Radovan, something like that, right? And I just and I know Bartek was I think 15, 16 years old boy. They amazing drive, and but like a boy, 16 years old boy, they not do exactly this what I write him. They do some of them. They also works, but they not do like a list. And that I have nothing to do with that. This is the proposition for him. He get the result how he have, and now I think he's on the really top level. And the last year, the last almost 1.5 year, it's not because we work together. We friends together, but we were before we works together. Now he know what he need. He know himself very well. He know what he need. They have some basic stuff, and he can work on that. So that was the point. But then I come to Jessica and say, "Hey, Jessica, and I know probably I sent you, a bit too hard the program. And how much did you do with the program?" And she's like, "All of them, like all of them." And what you ask, you say to do it. And I even sent her also Bartek and Michael I got some PDF from Olympic, from people who go to Olympic for higher temperature places. Like let's say there was in Rio, there was an Olympic game in Rio de Janeiro, some years ago, and our scientists, for
the higher temperatures.
They write some. There was private paper for people who's going to to that kind of competition, and there was some scientist stuff, what it's good to do, what is not good to do, how the body works with the higher temperature, what you need to eat, how you need to drink. And one of the point was coconut water. There was one of the best isotonic, I will say, one of the best isotonic. The body really well like it, when you drink coconut, the body take it very easy, and they develop to any kind of part of your body, so you feel you feel better. And that was the most natural way, because they also need to in the Olympic game you have also you have the testing, blood testing, so there was the really clean way. So one of the elements of that. We also say, hey, when you're from Scandinavian, you go to warm place, and if you will not go 2 times or 3 times a week for actually almost 1 hour for a sauna, I don't know how to say, sauna. Yeah, but you don't need this 100 or 90 degrees sauna. You don't need that. You need like a 45 degrees sauna, but for 1 hour for the longer term. So you don't need to go to like a 10 minutes, 90 degrees, but 1 hour, 45 degrees. We just sit there and just drink the water with salt, the pinky salt, water with pinky salt. This is also really good. And now we go to again to this liquid in the body, in the body, in the nerve system, the signal. So when you exchange this water, when you do some exercises, and some of the stuff what I already say here, the liquid are more clean, so the electric signal he can jump really easily. And the feedback from Andreas, good luck, of course, on the European champion. I can follow that. This weekend. Yeah, for sure you will have something about that to say, I hope. And Andreas gave me some feedback. I think last week or 1.5 weeks. I just write him like every Sunday we talk. They do some exercises in the week, and every Sunday we talk how was good or not, and what we need to change and so on. And they give me hey man, I did the best lap of my home track. I did my best ever 8 minutes, and I lose 5 kilos. So this is before the Euros, and
he's getting there like boxing. I have a question, and we're gonna wrap this up and let people know how to contact you. So you said with Pecco and Peter, you train them to have a softer finger. Now, with Jessica, who I've watched race before, she's very calm and collective. How she races, she's very calculated. She doesn't, she's very good at putting her car in the same spot same mark every corner, every lap after the other. So, if Peter and Pecco were to have a softer finger, what was some of the things that you noticed about Jessica? Did you have to recommend the same thing? Did she have to do something different? Or what was it? What was so I guess what I'm asking is, what did you have to do with Jessica differently that you did with Pecco and Peter?
Yeah, Jessica actually gave me a straight question. There was hey, I need some speed. I have consistency. I need some speed. And we just start working with not opposite stuff, but we just start working on the little bit different exercises, what she can do. I cannot tell you, so much about that, but there was a different exercises. There was like, interval laps, interval exercises, interval. This is not the consistency, interval. So
like a sprint, like a fast sprint, like that.
Yeah. So we have
like
10
a
minutes.
fast exercise for 2 minutes, and then got you.
And then one lap, close, shut down, and then don't jump. Just drive one lap easy, and then again pushing, and one lap easy, 5 pushing, one easy, 5 pushing, 10 minutes, 12 minutes, and done. Then you're done. You take the juggling balls. Your father or your mechanic changed the battery. You're still on the driver's stand, and you just leave your transmitter. You juggling 10 minutes. You leave the balls. You take the transmitter, and you do again 1.5 hours like this exercises, and you don't want to be on the track anymore. And this is how you can build something when you come back from practice tired. Like when you go to the gym and you come back, oh, my muscle hurts, right. Next 2 days they hurt. All right. This means that you work, but if you go, you do the most bad, it's the empty laps, when you that much you used to it for the track. And let's say this is the home track and you're there every day and actually you're just racing with the closed eyes, but they didn't give you nothing really. I was there many times. I have my also track. I think I have my 3 or 4 tracks what I just opened the indoor tracks. But now I need to, I'm just a club member, so I pay every month, I help guys with the track, I help with my case, but I'm not the paper guy, so lots of energy they going with, you lose in the papers. So, so when you do something like this, like an empty lap, so then you actually start boring. So go home, because this is no reason to be there if you start boring on the track, So when you have 1 or 2 hours to disposition, you do it this, wisely, do it this well on the, do it this 2 hours well. I also recommend when you have 2 hours, you go on the track. For example, I say your car is okay, your bearings are okay, your oil are okay. Not meet perfect. Okay for driving. That's it, right? You charge 10 batteries. I'm lucky because I'm drive stock class. We use the juice stock combo. So this is the softest, cheapest combo, but really popular in Poland and really, really, really nice for racing. So I can drive in the, big battery, like a 15, 12 minutes in one battery. So I have 6 or 7 batteries in 12 minutes on the one. So I put this on the table next to a driver's stand. So I only, I just finish my 12 minutes, I change the battery, I go back. And then again, and then you have your track time, because mostly we see it and we change the setup. Really, guys, we have too much talking about the setup and too less doing of the
because
race.
People don't know. It's kind of like JQ. He says when you go to a track and you do 5-minute times, you go to practice for purpose, go change something in the setup. What you said you do with Jessica sounds very similar, but more of going out there and physically, mentally pushing yourself harder, maybe going faster, so you can build up that speed but also at the same time you're building that consistency.
Exactly, and also it's to, you know, Jessica is a bit alone there, let's say, you know, and let's say if the Jessica live in Spain, then she for sure will be a lots of higher how it's now, you know, because in Spain, in the Scandinavia, it's you know, she's really fast, but the next guy or somebody next, you know, because I talk about the sparring partner. You know, like Kiddich brothers, they have himself, you know, and both of them are racing absolutely amazing, and you know, everybody who have sparring partner, he can race together. They can, you know, they can race together. You know, this is how they work. This is
somebody to push them.
Yeah, exactly. One can push, you know, another guy, and then you can, you know, if you want to be better from another, then you start to write what I can do else before my next practice. You know, I will practice a little bit more. You know, so this push you to be a faster, and still you have everything under control. It's gonna be fine, because of course there is also gonna be a, you know, bad trap of the. I mean, when you practice too much, it's also no good, you know. So you need to take like 5 hours a week, 4 hours a week. It's enough. And the exercises, what I give, you know, like a list of the exercises, you don't have that much of racing instead of the like together. So I try to measure the time about 90 minutes. 100 minutes, it's a maximum what you can spend of the practice. Of course, if you want to play more, if you want to do something more, it's up to you. But I recommend 100 minutes. It's a maximum of day how you can spend of the running, of the do some exercise, learning, juggling, you know, try to other things, and racing on the VRC in this point. So so it's not all about, it's not only about the racing and taking the, you know, the VRC part, but it's all about the, you know, like all collective, they work together,
right? All together too. Awesome. All right, Pawel. I'm glad you linked up with JQ. You got your chapter in the book. I'm happy about that. Also seeing you getting some success, you know, doing the EOS races. Also, that bag back behind you. I remember you. Didn't I see that you guys RaceStars is doing a bag or something as well?
Oh yeah, if I can say something about my bags, I will.
Go ahead, man. Is that it behind you?
Yeah, this is the prototype of the bag. Then I will say no any wing issue. I will say, because all the bags what you have for 1.8 cars, they have the wing out. But I have this car, this brand. I also have the same, but this is the prototype of the bag with when you have 1.8 car all cover in, so you can put the wing, and when you put on the car, they, you know, the wing doesn't touch nothing. And I know many people, many guys, they just screwing out the wing and put to the back, so you have only the mounting plate for the wing. Yeah. So I say, and when I build the bags from the construction, there's many mistakes with they doesn't looks well generally. And this one behind me, they have more travel space, so I will try to, I don't know, they're gonna be
okay.
Let's say let's try it. If you they have okay, let's say, oh yeah, all right, I have the RaceStars car bags, which is, it's like my daughter have 5 months old, and we opened company 5 months ago. And so look, the car, they stay like this. So look, you see, it's already like that. But when you're doing, then you have more travel space, because this is the prototype. So inside the bag, you will have some also cover, so we can separate the car from the something else, because there is a lots of, you know, like you can see you have, you know, that
you
much
have
more space.
Yep.
I will put the Velcro here, and then you have some more. You can put some extra tires or something here. Look, all my you know, lipo bags are designed with the different, you know, ideas. They also have a Velcro here, so you can space this. So we can use the space between the tires, you know, so we can use that. and then you will have the spacer here, like a small sponge, and you can add some tires or whatever you want. This you can use. This you can take it out or something like that. This is the prototype. The back will be also on the Invisible Speed logo, and we just start working with Joseph really seriously together. So I will bring my ideas to complete his way, because he's an amazing engineer guy, and he understands stuff what I even don't want to try understand, because it's too much, for me. Let's say I'm the art.
The idea
Let's
guy.
say I'm the art. Yeah, I'm the art.
Yeah, the artist. I'm gonna have to get me one of them. I'm gonna have to pick me up one and have one NNRC one here and show it off to people.
Hey, I will bring you if you will, because probably I would like to have my tent in the red one with
I'll
the
be
bags. So if you have the backpack for the plane,
and that's
so
perfect for that.
I will give you this backpack. Because this is also backpack, right? You can also be. I think, hey, you park your car, 100 yards of the track. Sometimes, you have some space to walk with the stuff. So whatever you take on your hand, it's okay. But how much you can put on your back, and you have the belts and all that stuff, you still have a free hands, and so probably you have one walk less. One work, you need to return one less time. So that's why I just designed this. So if you have your backpack to your plane, I will bring you something like that. If I cannot be there, for sure somebody will bring you, and you can return with this. So you can put your stuff in this stuff, and you can have it. And the graffiti, what you see, I designed by myself. I designed it's my name, like Ovca. This is the graffiti name. It's Zuza, my wife, and Kazik, my dog.
Awesome.
So it's a tree name with the graffiti, and the original canvas is in my sister. And I just convert this to the to the pattern, and we can use that. So this is the 100% of me, and I think the looking, it's cool, because on the market it's not so much, so
it's just black
funky
stuff.
Yeah. All it's black, or
I'm wearing all black now.
Exactly. So I like lighter stuff, lighter colors, and so this is like of course we have the black edition. It's no problem, but this is the pattern. It's one of the most popular what we have right now. We have the distributor in UK. We have one. We have one distributor in Sweden. We're just working with the Germany, and I already sent some ideas to. Oh, wait, give me. Thank you, my wife give me.
It's on it.
Transmit. Hey, check the transmitter
bag.
Look, that's the black. Also, you can see. Hey, that's my the quality. It's from we can compare with China with quality. That's it. And also the China also have the cool quality, but this is make it in my city. I know personally the owner of the of the factory. I can go there wherever I want. I can order 5 pieces. I can order 1,000 pieces, whatever. This is, I can go there and I can touch the stuff. I can test it. So this is the universal sponge for the transmitters. So, hey, look, here, I don't know if you can hear, wait. This is a plastic spacer between the 8 millimeter foam. So protection. I also add the plastic spacer here. The universal form of that I designed. This is my Sanva. So all Sanva M12 they fit here, and all Sanva models are fit here. Most of Futaba. 80% of the transmitter of the market, they fit on this form and they handle well. I also design, you can have some, like I have some servo here. I have a programmator, some extra programmator. I also have some, extra battery for the transmitter. Everyone have a different dips. You can also put some engine here, like extra engine or whatever. So this is what I design myself, and this is what we have. We have, I think, now 15 or 16 different type of products. Double car back. I also when you go on the 110 racing, you have always, let's say, some of the guys, they have two backs for 4-wheel drive and 2-wheel drive, right? With the wing out, the backs, the same like a 1.8 has. So I say, hey, let's flip the cars together, make some space between them, and put this on the double car back like this. In one back, you can fit into one back, and you straight buy from me 3 lipo box seats there. Make it in Velcro, place it in Velcro, so you can put some I don't know how many, 6-9 batteries. You can put 2 car, you can put some tires there, and the price is it's less than two separate
bags.
Yeah, and all the walls, you see the wall like we have on front here, the wall, right? So we have 8mm sponge, and you have some plastic spacer to protect the stuff inside. You have all backpack are with the plastic and with that stuff. Really, really start to be popular in UK. Actually, on our website, there is almost out of order because all the guy from UK just took all our stuff how we produce. So
awesome.
We really appreciate it because this is the fresh idea, and no wing issue on the back that's the way, because
perfect for traveling.
I use them.
Perfect for traveling on the plane. For traveling on the plane. Cool. Well, Pawel, I guess how can people get in contact with you if they want to talk about your training programs, or if they want to get any of your bags, or if they want to get track design, because you do that as well. I think we had you when we was talking about that the first time. You also do the artwork. So what's the best way for people to get in contact with you?
RaceStars, if you write RaceStars Poland, I think that will be the most easy, right? When you just tap in Google RaceStars Poland, that will be the best. You will go into my Facebook page. You can after that, if you write me on the Facebook page, I will for surely give you the rest information. There is a RaceStars shop on the Facebook, also pretty easy to find, I believe. But I would like to. I waiting for Joseph to collect the right link, because right now it will be cool if we can link. Maybe before you publish this video, I don't know when he come up, but maybe before that we will have the link below, so we can add this. I don't know under for the class, because that's the point. Because we like to make money with Joseph by the island and live beside, so we cannot see each other so much.
That's right.
That's our goal. That's our goal.
So will you be doing some more webinars with him soon as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I also that's why I also like to start my that's why I buy this setup and do I also want to do some more podcasts, like 2 times a week. I would like to do some more podcasts about that, and then I can advise Joseph, I can advise my students, then he can talk how they works for him, and I can also I like to talk with people who improve something. I have one of my friends, they was really big, but that was really, really, really big.
Like
it was
me.
like no, you are in the different type of bigs. That was like a really big. That was really, really bad for him. And now he run marathons. He look, like me, maybe bit, muscle, and also he was racing on the radio control. And we cannot meet each other, but I'm looking forward to meet with him and say, hey, if you will put the goal now, like I want to be a top 10 Europe in, he do on-road. I want to go top 10 Europe in on-road in the next 3 years. So he can handle the steps by steps. He can handle the goal. And this is what I like to talk with the people. And I always have the people around me who is better than me, because I want to, just ask the people, hey, I want to inspired by them. and maybe I will inspire somebody else, so he can follow on that way. Yeah.
All right, man. So if you guys do want to learn more about Pawel and his what he's doing with the exercises and whatnot, he'll be doing some webinars with the Invisible Speed online course as well. It's also great for your setup needs and all that stuff. And now we're getting into Joseph and Pawel getting into physical and mental needs to improve you as a racer. There's links for the written in the written description of this podcast for those online courses, as well as the book and all that type of stuff. Check them out. If you want to talk to Pawel about some of the gear that he has as well, which is pretty cool, shoot him a message on RaceStars Poland on Facebook. It's got like a cool red and blue logo with a white car in the middle, that I believe, if I remember correctly. And
all our like a RaceStars Poland, RaceStars shop. I have I think I have many pages of that, but that's the main one. That's the same logo. So you see this without flames, like this. This is the logo. So
there you go.
You can find this. Yeah.
Pawel, it's really good to see you coming up in the RC scene. More people believing in you and what you're doing. Obviously doing things like with the EOS and whatnot, designing cool tracks. And it's cool to see, man. I'm happy for you. And I hope I think you're knocking on the door of something that we're going to see a lot of people doing, especially as top guys in a few years' time. So congratulations to you on that. And hey, hit this man up, get with him, talk with him, and you might learn something from him.
Thank you very much. Wish you a good day, guys. And see you, Lefty. Hope we can see you soon in Europe.
Hopefully. Thank you, man. Thank you for your time, man. Have a good evening.
You too. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Pawel, for your time. We greatly appreciate it. Always a good chat. Hope to see you at the Worlds in September. With that said, we are going to go on to our Beach RC Bench Racing Q&A as soon as I find, professional podcaster. There we go.
BeachRC.com, the racer's one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brands and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. BeachRC.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. BeachRC.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, S-Works, Pro Circuit Racing tires, Nitro Lux fuels, and Assault RC performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at BeachRC.com today.
Alrighty then. Thank you, Beach RC, for your continued support. If you guys wish to also check out Wheel and Trigger. Wheel and Trigger was pretty funny 2 weeks ago. It started some kerfuffle. Go check it out. Their live show. And Lance was a good interview as well. But check them out. We have an affiliate link in the written description of this podcast. We got a little slice of that helps us out. All right, so we'll get into our questions. We have a broad band of questions from YouTube, Instagram, as well as Facebook. Sorry if we don't get to all your questions because there are quite a lot, so we're picking from some of them. Dan likes to go fast. So I'm pretty sure this is from YouTube. Tire compounds should tire compounds be standardized between manufacturers, like shock and diff fluids in CST? Would it be crazy to standardize the way tire compounds are labeled so people not sponsored are tied to one specific brand can compare? One brand soft is another brand super soft, etc. Most of us don't want to risk wasting $80 on the wrong compound. It's different though, isn't it? Don't you think, Max?
Yeah.
Because
short answer is this is one of those things that is not possible because same brand super soft from 2 years ago can be completely different than the same brand super soft from this day. And that being said, no way you could get all of these manufacturers to somehow, talk together like, oh, this is super soft. Well, like, what the fuck is someone super soft contains like silicone, someone super soft is natural rubber. Then you have X and S and M compounds from Proline, Longwest, clay compounds. I think right now J Concept has upwards of let me do a quick count. So
while you do that, I just wanted to say that it's also their secret, right? That's their thing. Like not everybody uses the same formula to make compounds. That's one of the reasons why some tires work better than others, because of compounds, right? That's the secret thing. When it comes to shock oil and diff oil, it's oil. Yes, there's maybe a variance in viscosity in some. Some may last longer, some may do longer, but in general, they all kind of perform equally, right? Now,
yeah, I mean, that's the whole difference, because oil, like every single RC manufacturer outsources the silicone oil. That's just a fact. Like, no one makes silicone oil in house. They are outsourced from major silicone oil makers in the world. Probably some of those make some lube, you know, and that is something that is very standardized. You can measure viscosity, you know. I mean, some brands offer weight oils. They're still same silicone oil. They know what CST it is. They know exactly what CST it is. But instead of doing that, they choose to use it as a weight. What does that mean? Nothing. Weight means absolutely nothing. They know, for example, Associated used to do this, where it had the CST on the side of the bottle, but then weight on top. And you had to read the fine print to see the CST. But they knew the exact CST. So that's a very different thing compared to a compound, which most likely the manufacturer doesn't even fully know what is exactly in the compound. Because a lot of these manufacturers outsource from Asia, and they say, okay, we want this type of rubber in there and this type of silicone and this type of stuff. They come up with something in Asia. They don't really know what's in it, you know. They say that this is in it, but, you know, you can't never know fully like what's in it. And there's different types of rubber and different batches and so on and so on. So it's, number one, it's impossible. Number two, brands don't even want to do it. And what I always think when people ask questions like this, there's a very simple solution. It doesn't take much from anyone. It makes it cheaper for every single person, and the club can actually make more money by this. It's control tires. That's it, you know. So
you know, as soon as I read this question, that's the one thing that came to my brain. So
yeah, I think, like, it's at this point, there's no good reason not to run control tires at a race.
Absolutely.
Like, unless it's a race at your home club, it's a club race. Everyone who's at that race, that's their home track. Fine, doesn't really matter, because everyone knows what's the best tire. But as soon as you travel to a track that you don't consistently drive on, there's a chance that you have to buy 2 to 3 sets, that only one is actually good. At that point, you should run control tires, so then everyone, you know, saves money in the end.
Yeah, but I do not see standardization of tire compounds ever happening. Solely because companies ain't gonna reveal their secrets, right?
Yeah,
simple as that. I mean, I get what he's getting at. Maybe I get what he's getting at, but I just don't see it. So I don't see that happening. Dan likes to go fast. All right. So up next is our Patreon questions, and we have 2. Trevor asks, how do you guys feel about betting on RC races, like Joyous races, race time event races, Nats Worlds? Obviously, just the big events, but I think it would add a whole new factor to RC and would make it a lot more interesting to watch at home. I have no issue with betting on that. I think somebody should start I've had countless people ask me to start a fantasy league. I have no idea what goes in that because I don't play that type of stuff. I'm not a betting guy, but I mean, friendly bets. But yeah, I have nothing wrong with betting on RC. It just takes, somebody has to do it, right? And the person that has to do it has to make some money off it.
Yeah,
what do you think?
I do think betting, like, at the end of the day, is a zero-sum game. So I'm, in a sense, always, nobody actually wins in betting. People put money into a pool, and then someone pulls out more than the others, you know? But the collective of the people are not actually getting more money. So it's like a zero-sum game. So in philosophy, I'm kind of against betting. But that being said, it does offer some value to some people. As long as people understand what they're doing, they're adults, they can do whatever the fuck they want. So I don't really give a shit. But I do have to say that if it was some big outside of RC company that has no interest in RC and started doing RC betting, I would be very strongly against that, because effectively they're just taking money out of RC.
Right. So you want it to be a RC business or stay in business.
I
contribute to RC in some form.
Yeah. So I think the way it should be done is the betting was done through some service, and all of the profits of that service would go to the coverage of the event. So let's say now, for example, you have Silver State. All of the money would go towards, Live RC and their coverage. And obviously you'd make it so that they just can't pocket it all, but that would actually go to use.
Well, I don't know if all should go to it, but some should go to it, because I think whoever's doing the work should get makes money.
Obviously the one who does the work and should get a fair amount of money for their work. But usually, if you think of like casinos and stuff, someone's making a big bank and they're not doing anything really. They're not working at the casino. They just own the building. And I think for me to be behind that, which I do think fantasy leagues and stuff are entertaining, I think it would need to be something that actually benefits the hobby. And it has to be someone from within the industry that puts the money back into the industry. That's how I think it should be.
I agree with that. I like that.
Done like that, I'm fine.
I like that. All right. Our second question is from the Basement. What's up, Basement? How you doing? Good friend of mine. He says, I want RCGP back. Make it happen. Use your RC influence. Lefty for IFMAR president. Well, I don't want to be IFMAR president. That dream is gone sailed. It would be like off with their heads for me. Like, yeah, that would be like, don't like what I say? Banned. RCGP. I don't know. Isherwood keeps teasing me about something. I know they're doing some stuff like they're releasing videos of Inside Track. I helped them out with that. I know RC Racing TV is doing some stuff for him. So he has not said that it's not finished. It just might come back in a different form. So it might just happen. All right, let's get back to some of our questions. Chris Figueroa, he is the importer of caster in America. Why is it that Europe and Asia people are much more inclined to try different and new brands compared to the US market that is a lot harder to get into? I think because in the US market, they have every chassis available. I think Europe puts a little bit more focused on the infrastructure of a brand too, because everybody thinks you just get a top driver and that's it. No, you need a manager. Like, this is something I've been telling Mayako for quite a long time, like a proper team manager. And that goes to races, supports people, does all that type of stuff, walks people off cliffs and all that stuff. And I mean, we're talking about a market that is absolutely flooded, inundated with product and choices. And people want to be a part of the brand that's cool, that has supported the tracks, that has, all that good stuff. For instance, a friend of mine this past weekend, not going to say names, not going to say what type of car he's running, almost wasn't able to run his car because he's the only person running that particular car at the FRCC. And he almost ran around a popular brand there. That's what it comes down to as well. Support that way. And my thoughts. Now, I don't know why Europeans, I don't know. Do they really try different brands? Like, I know, like, for instance, we have a question about WIRC, and I'll answer that. WIRC seems to be somewhat popular in Europe, somewhat popular in Australia, but not very popular in America. So why do you think, real quick, Max, this question for Chris, what is your answer for Chris?
Well, there's a few points kind of that contradict each other somewhat. Number one is I kind of altogether disagree with the premise, because if you look at the market, I'd say there are more cars being ran in America than in Europe altogether. Like, if you look at all the brands. For example, TLR almost non-existent in Europe.
Yeah, because I don't see anybody running caster in Europe. There might be one or two.
I mean, nobody's running caster, but people are running Hongnor. People are running, what is it called?
Pirate. Even?
People are running Serpent. People are running. But in America, people are running like all kinds of different chassis that are not run in Europe. So I don't like, if you tally up all the different brands that are being run, I think it's about equal. I think it's pretty close to equal. Asia has their brands, for example, like Ming Yang, brands like that, but they don't even market outside of Asia. So that's a little bit different discussion because they are exposed to the Western market, but their market isn't really exposed to the West. So there are brands that don't even try to acquire sales in the West, like Ming Yang. So I think the premise is, to be honest, a little bit wrong. I don't think it's actually more difficult in America. In some ways, it's easier because in America, as long as you offer a discount, someone will buy it. Now, what I think he's specifically struggling with as a distributor or seller of cars is the lack of a local hobby shop.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah, because in Europe, you have like every single country has their own scene, own language, own marketing. And every single like district of that country has their own clubs, own people who run something. So it's much easier, like if you have a shop, like, okay, my shop sells this car, and then all the people around that area kind of run that car because that's their reference. In America, so many more people just order from A-Main, just order from like Absolute Hobbies, BRCA, these big, really big shops, or even some people order straight from AE, you know. And a lot of these 25, 50 off guys, they just order straight from the manufacturer. So that already cuts away a lot of potential. Because in Finland, for example, there's a lot of guys who run Mugen, even though there's like minimal amount of like Mugen marketing. There's Mugen Europe is like really difficult to get to from Finland. But there's a really good Mugen dealer that sells the cars, keeps stuff in stock, does his job well. So people run a lot of Mugen. Same with AE. They buy from our distributor. No one buys from outside of Finland. So you bring a chassis or brand to Finland, easy to sell, you know.
An example, can I just interject? An example of this would be Serpent in Sweden.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
pretty much, example. And probably UK. Pretty much non-existent anywhere else in the world. But in Sweden, they have a pretty big Serpent, not big, but steady amount of Serpents there. And exactly what it comes down to. Different languages, different customs, different shops. People are more obliged to buy from their local hobby shop and support their local hobby shop in Europe due to import taxes and all that type of stuff too. So I think that's one of the main reasons. I think you covered it quite good with just giving a discount and being happy. Not saying that these people ain't getting a discount. They probably are. Or probably that hobby shop or that importer has found a niche where he can make it, Yeah. Smaller pool of people to pull from.
Yeah.
So that's
one thing I have to say, there is at least 3 to 4 work WRC cars in Finland. And I do not know of a distributor in Finland. I do not know who would distribute that car. Okay. So there must be some form of European-wide, acquiring of people. Like you could apply for, hey, you want to buy WRC, and then you get. And all of these guys have like their shirts and hats and stuff. So I'm assuming there's some form of like that. Same with, like, to be honest, same with Mayako. They don't have a Finnish distributor. Obviously, me and Joseph and all these guys are at the races, so we are there, we are present, but we don't really have a shop in Finland. It's a little bit different, but still, it's possible. But I think it requires something special. I don't know what WRC has done, but I'm assuming they're sponsoring these guys somewhat. I don't know. But for example, all Finnish Mayako drivers are also Mayako members. So
right. Probably giving them a deal, So
that could be, because that doesn't usually happen. Like, it's really rare to get a deal from abroad.
Okay.
It only happens to people who don't really have dealers in their countries. Like, Estonia, Latvia, they often buy from Finnish dealers because there are not that many hobby shops in the Baltics.
All right. Donnie's dad, Williams. Donnie's a young man. I've watched him race in the Southeast. Will you be taking RC driver lessons so that you can win the next head-to-head challenge race? I don't need that to beat Danny Paz. Okay, but I'm going to go into training. I'll see you at RC Program. Sam Cobley, for a high grip track, e.g., example, oil, clay, or astro, what's better, high or low roll centers? Also, can you explain what the correct roll center does to the car to make it better? And oh my goodness, he says, okay, Max, go full science mode. And Max, you cannot go full science mode, so make it brief.
Okay, in general,
watermelon seed.
High grip tracks do like a higher roll center, but there's a very big but. As soon as you introduce a bump or two, a little bit of like character on the track, then it kind of, you have to throw everything out the window, and then it's the really low roll center that you like. So higher roll centers stiffen up the car in high speed sections, and this happens because of jacking and because of you're working more with the sort of physical resistance of the geometry. As soon as you introduce a bump, obviously you don't have suspension that handles the bump, and then your car starts to flip over because there's already so much traction. It has a lot of force in the geometry, in the linkage. So short answer is, for this specific situation, is as long as the track is really smooth, the higher the better. Well, not necessarily higher the better, but higher is in general better and faster. But then when it gets bumpy, then the lower is better because you are allowing the car to be more free over these bumps. And to the second part of the question, how do you know your roll centers are right? Well, you don't really know, because that's kind of like a choice you do. It's a choice of how you make the corner speed in the car. And you can have the same static roll center, but the car still handle differently. So roll centers are a very simplified way of looking at this. You can't really know that, this is the best. You can have an idea of, okay, I want it to be like this on a grip level like this, and then I'll tune the car around that, and this will have a certain handling characteristic. But you could make the car faster, maybe with a different roll center, and then you tune the car around that. But that's specific to you as a driver. That's specific to how so many other things are in the car. So there's not really like one specific thing that's optimal. But in general, if you're a driver that's at a certain level of skill, the roll centers are usually good for you when the car starts to go, Joseph uses this term, in the track. So the car rolls like so that it rolls down to the track instead of getting up. And this way you can get more grip out of the car. You can use the car more, and that way gain speed, especially corner speed. But then again, if you're not that skilled of a driver, you probably can't take the advantage of this. So it's like, and also some drivers just can't drive like that. Ronefog did really well with a car like that. Me, on the other hand, I don't really know. I probably wouldn't do that well, especially in some situations, yeah, but not at all. So there's not like an optimal point. But there are points that you can choose and then tune the car around. And that's basically how you use the roll centers. But always remember, like, that's not the end all be all. You have all these different adjustments that make the roll center, but the roll center in and on itself doesn't tell you that much.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Up next is a quick question.
That's it.
We're gonna get away from science mode to opinion mode. And where is this? Oh yeah, Jason Patrick. Why can't we start races in gates like Supercross and Motocross? I remember years ago doing this at our local track when the monster truck class was big before Truggy took it over. Fun times. Oh, you mean like this? That RCGP done at all their races? There you go. If you guys want to check this out, go check out RCGP on YouTube. So they're just explaining how they did this. So they did this for every race that included the pro class. And actually, this is probably one of my most popular videos on TikTok. So this is from Myrtle Beach at the Badlands in 2022. The last round of RCGP, they had a double stacked gate. We're just going to show it. And then I love it. Entertaining wise, for visual effect, I love it. It was mixed feelings from the pro guys. We've seen starting gates for years. They've come and gone. They've kind of not regenerated, but RCGP brought them back. Pro drivers think it's unfair. I think it's great. And there you have a great start. They did practice that start quite a lot. And as you see, people still getting mixed up in the first corner. Oh man, that was a great track. Great track. Thoughts on that, Max? Because you've been involved in some of these as well in your experience with RCGP.
Well, okay. If it was a Worlds A final, I would be like, never freaking, like, you waited 2 years for this opportunity, and then the guy in front of you like hammers it, and then squirms out and takes out everyone, including you. Like, no, absolutely not. That's the worst thing you could do. So I do think, especially for longer mains, well, I mean, I don't know what to yeah.
How did you feel about your gate starts at the 4 rounds of RCGP that you done?
I liked it. I absolutely loved it in the qualifiers. For the main though, it's a little bit tough because it's better just to be lost after the start than to be on your roof after the start. So it's kind of like the tactic changes for the longer mains. You kind of try to stay out of trouble instead of trying to shoot for the line. And I think it has its place, but definitely if it was like a Euros or a Worlds or like a Silver State even, where you put a lot of effort and money into it and then you have one shot and then like some guy just takes you out, which is very likely in a gate start, I'd say no. But if it was a club race series, even if it was like a series in general, like the reason why it doesn't really matter in Supercross and Motocross that if you get a bad start is because you have like 20 races in the series, or in Motocross you have 2 motos that you can like come back on. So there's lots of chances to, like, at the end of the day, if you're fast, you're good. But in RC, if you have 1 race, 1 final, I think it's too much down to luck.
I could agree. I mean, the pro guys weren't too happy with it. The guys who didn't get a good start weren't happy with the guys who got a good start were. I remember this even started. There is a small beef between Canassa and Ongaro, and I think it started at RCGP Italy with the gate starts. So I love it. I love it for drama and for action. I love it. All right, we're gonna have another science mode question. Oh, sweet baby Jesus. Dustin Hullett. What is the recommended overall caster for a C-hub car? Some have 12-degree hubs and 10 to 12 degree hubs, 10 to 12 degree kick-up to get the 22 to 24 overall, and others have 19 or 21.5 degree hubs, and you have to close to 30 overall. And have close to 30 overall. For example, Tekno with the 21.5 hubs and 11 degree kick-up. That seems to be an insane amount of caster. Now I will stir blank.
It is an insane amount of kick-up or caster. Well, number one, kick-up and caster do very different things in the end. So caster... Where did I go away? Okay. So caster introduces some stability. It also transfers weight from the outer tire to the inner tire while you're steering, and it leans over the tires while you're turning. Now, kick up does all of this too, because it also increases the caster. But the more dominant change in kick up is actually the angle of the arm that is changed. So same with anti-squat, kick up also like affects the natural pitch movement of the car. So more kick up, your car is softer under pitch, and the vice versa. Same with anti-squat. If you have more anti-squat, your car is stiffer. Less anti-squat, car is softer. So this is pretty much that you kind of have to remember. You could run a very high amount of caster, very low amount of kick up. Your car will be really stiff on pitch, but then you'll have high caster. Or then vice versa, you know, you could have a low amount of caster and high amount of kick up. And it's kind of like a thing that you don't really know what's the optimal. In general, I think the modern cars do enjoy more caster overall. It's around 25 to 27, what most cars run these days. I think he said over 30, 31 was the Tekno. That's a lot. But that being said, the Tekno front end is also a bit different in many other ways. They also have the caster on the arm, which changes also the active toe and so on. So there's many things, moving things in the Tekno. I think around 25 to 28, that's like the pretty good level. I think that's like quite optimal in the modern C-Hub cars. 30 is, in my opinion, a bit pushing it. On some conditions, higher grip, maybe some people will like it. I probably have run almost that much at some point, but I'd say 25 to 27. That's overall the best. But I wouldn't personally go over 10 in kick up. I think 7 to 8 degrees of kick up is probably around the optimal. I think I'm currently running what am I running? I think I'm running 6 or even 5. Wait, 6 I think I'm running on my cars. Oh wait, 5. No, 5. I'm running 5. Yeah, 5 on my cars, but then I ran 20 caster. Oh no, I don't. So actually I have not a lot. I'm running the caster 1, so that's like
I answering yourself in your brain again.
Yeah, I thought I had more because I used to run more, but now that I think about it, I don't really have much. I think I have 5 plus. I have less than 25. I think I have around 23.
Okay.
Of caster. So that's not a lot actually, but in general, when I run AE, most people in the C-Hub cars run around 25 to 28. But yeah.
All right. Here's a question that we're going to try to keep brief, but we've talked about it, and then we've been accused of being Euro biased. But Ryan Pettit, who I actually met at Lake Park, I think it was a couple of weeks ago. What's up if the Euro guys coming to America races and winning on tracks they are not familiar with at all? Well, dude, it's been happening for quite some time. Like, it's nothing new. Ronna Fox won DNC multiple times. Boots won Silver State, but Ruffalo won Silver State. JCC won Silver State. Boots won DNC. Coelho, what's his name? Canas won Silver State. Sorry. We've seen Orlowski come over to the Carpet Champs and dominate that 3 years in a row, I think. I think it's just they race on Greg Degani will say corner speed, because they race on a lot of tracks that require corner speed. I think that's part of it, and I just think that the level of racing in Europe is very high. Right? It's no joke. They have Ungaro's a 2-time European champion. Comes over there, wins a world championship. Doesn't even run the 10 scale. All impressive. And they come to the States and race. And the Americans don't go over and race there. It's simple. Yeah. It's simple. The Americans should go over and race a little bit more in Europe. Their fan base is, I don't want to get back on this horse, but their fan base over in Europe is just as important as their fan base in the USA. An American driver, top American driver like Ryan Mayfield's, Dakota Fens, and these guys, their stardom is not just concealed to America, it's worldwide. And maybe they need to go over there and start racing on some of these badass European tracks they got over there and stop worrying about that being a permanent fucking track. That's the first excuse we heard. Or the money involved to go over there. So that's what I think. And back in the day, you talk to Greg Degani, he'll tell you that back in the day when he was coming up, the Europeans were faster, period. And you had to go over to Europe to get faster. Now, with that said, there's off races like Neo, where Tebow was absolutely dominant. Cavalaris won, Tebow's won, Tessman's won, Drake won, and they beat the Europeans a lot. But I would think that was also at a time when the Europeans weren't at their best. So
yeah, I think if you look at just world championships, 2002, 2006, 2010, and 2014, all North American winners. So that definitely was a time when Europe was struggling, or let's not say struggling, because Europe was still doing really well. We had a lot of obviously we had still Ray. I think Arguan was fast, maybe a little bit before that, but then Robert won the Worlds, and then we have all these new guys again. But I think it kind of all comes down to how professional the drivers look at it. So you can see now, Ongaro, Canas, even Boots, all of these guys, they only thing they do, RC 24/7. They don't really they have their free time, but they take RC as a job. They act like professional athletes, and at least they're when they practice and test and at the races and so on. Most of the American drivers, they don't do that. Mayfield's probably one of the only ones that does it so professionally. Rivkin, yeah, sure, but he's also more focused on 10 scale, so it's harder to see.
I don't think so. I don't think it's just fair. He's doing very good in 8 scale. We keep dismissing that, but he's not good in 8 scale. Much better in 10 scale. He's not good,
but But the issue with Rivkin is he doesn't consistently do well in 8 scale. So it's hard to say Rivkin's in a good run. Yeah, he did well at Silver State. He's beat Mayfield at TNR. So he has these bursts of good results. But for example, any East Coast race this year, he hasn't really been up there that well. E-Buggy, yeah, he's been good. But Nitro, he hasn't been. And even
it's been top 5s, Max. He's been top 5s.
Yeah, but you have to compare him to Fend and Mayfield. He's not on that level. You know? Because if you'd have to pick, Canas, Boots, Ongaro, even Ronnefolk,
watch him
pick
go
all of those over Rivkin.
Really, I watch him go win the nationals. I bet you. All right.
No, but here's the thing.
Continue if you have reason why. All right, let's not get on a Rivkin tangent. We've done this before.
We have done this before, but my point exactly is that he can win the Nats. But the thing is, you can't pick Rivkin every race and expect to be right. But you can pick Mayfield every race and expect to be right. Okay?
This is true.
Yeah.
This is true.
That's my whole point here.
Got you.
Rivkin has he's inconsistently good in 8 scale. In 10 scale, he's consistently good. So number one, the high-end performers are quite slim. So you basically have Fend and Mayfield, who are the high-end performers. Tessman used to be like that, but he hasn't been in the past 2 years, and obviously now he's not in the game. So basically you have 2 high-end performers. Whereas in Europe, you have, you can say at least 3 consistent high-end performers, and then every race has additional 2.
I would say Canas, Ongaro, if he came to America, Boots. Gotta throw Ronnefolk in there. Cannot throw him out of there. Coelho.
Yeah.
Barufalo.
Yeah, and even on top of those, you have then the rest of the guys.
Berton,
Barriente,
Barrentes,
Polito,
Figueiredo,
all of these guys. Yeah.
Robert. So
yeah.
So, I agree with you there.
I mean, yeah, okay. You can say Fuller is fast, Rose is
Brandon
fast.
Rose.
They are fast. They are good. They can win races after they have both have shown, but they are not consistently driving so fast that they could win every race. You know, which is the case with a lot of these Europeans. They can run 45 minutes without a mistake, full speed. You know, and that I think it 90% of that is down to tracks, and then the last 10% of that is that fast races breed more fast racers because you have something to look up to. You know, in America, it's like Fenton Mayfield, and they have been so far ahead of everyone else that it's kind of like you're just like, for example, Fuller and Rose, they were fighting for third place for most of last year. if you really think about it.
Yeah, I agree there. Once again, I love when the Europeans and Americans come and race together. And from what I hear, they're going to be, obviously the Worlds is coming up, and then I heard that AMS is going to have a good European turnout. So
yeah,
that's good. But I would love to see these Americans go over and race. But I know what's going to happen. They don't need to go. Well, maybe they do, because if these Europeans keep beating them, maybe they need to go over there and race with them. But right now, I just want to say it is. What is it? Hold on. So SIC don't count because no Europeans went. It's 2-1 Europe right now because they won Silver State and DNC.
Yeah,
and the last and PMP
there was one European.
One European. So yeah. AMS might be the final decision. All right. One more science. We have a lot of questions. We cannot get through them all. Braden Miller, can you explain what front arm sweep does and when you would use it?
Basically, front arm sweep is, well, how would you say it? It's kind of like actively changing your wheelbase in some way. But then again, so is caster. I think that's a very minimal thing. The main difference is it stiffens up the car on the corner. So if you think about it, when you go into a corner, the front pitch moves the car down, but you also have some roll because you start steering. Now, if you have arm sweep, the pins are kind of like aligned outside. So obviously that kind of resists the suspension of the arm. So it stiffens up the car. Kind of like kick up or anti-squat, but to the corner. So if you have both roll and pitch, it's stiffer. I don't really know, like, would there be any other major differences? Obviously, you have some, like, you have to adjust with your toe in, and then your if you have a C-hub car, your C-hub is a little bit angled, so there's some difference in friction in there and some also with the movement of the hub. But I'd say those are the more minimal changes. At the end of the day, the bigger change is the angle of the hinge pin and how that resists the movement of the suspension.
Okay.
So, yeah, kind of like anti-squat or kick-up. Same idea.
Right. We're going to take one more Facebook question because I thought this was a good topic. Brandon Campbell, should a stop and go be issued if the driver lapping another driver gets into them in an accident or on purpose? Over the weekend, I was battling for P1 and P2, and P2 all of a sudden was a large margin back. So I asked him what happened. He said he accidentally got into a lapper and he stopped and waited. Curious of you guys' thoughts on that. I don't think you should stop if you get into a lapper, the lapper should be pulling out of your way if you're getting lapped. It's one of my pet peeves. When I'm calling a race and lapper, I'm like, that lapper needs to get out of the way. I'm saying that and he can't hear me, right? But yeah, it's people just need to give it up. If you're getting lapped, you're getting lapped, right? You could get it back when that guy crashes or whatever. But don't that you're going to affect the outcome of a race that you're not even in, right? And sometimes you have to give them a little bump. Now, if that person gets in the way and they both, I'm not waiting. I wouldn't call a wait, especially if it's lap traffic. Lap traffic needs to just learn. Like, this is the leader. You need to move out of the way. Simple as that. Your thoughts, Max?
I agree. I think if it's intentional, like if it's clearly intentional, like if you're lapping a guy and he gives you room, but you still take them out or whatever,
that's completely different.
I think then, yeah, it's so like you should get a penalty. But I've had this too. I think in a qualifier, I got a warning for taking out the lapper. I mean, didn't get a penalty, but it was like qualifying and I was catching someone really fast and then I kind of took them out. It was an accident. I didn't really mean to take them out, but I was so much faster in that section that we just collided and I got a warning. And I think in some ways, like, yeah, sure. In qualifying, it makes more sense. And I think in qualifying, if it is kind of like the lapper is actively trying to give you room and you take them out, I think in qualifying, it's more acceptable to give a penalty. And I think it's actually could be the right thing. But if it's like they don't give you space and you take them out, then yeah, like no penalty, in my opinion. In finals, it has to be like very obviously deliberate takeout, in my opinion, to warrant a penalty. I can't see.
You mean a deliberate takeout on the person that's doing the lapping?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like if you catch a back marker and they don't give you room in a few corners and you give them a little tap, that's fine. That's on the guy being lapped. If it's like a more difficult situation with battle for the position, I think like always the benefit of the doubt goes to the guy who's doing the lapping. I don't know. Can't really even think of a situation where you would blame the lapping driver.
Yeah, I'm not stopping it, Aiden. I'm not stopping it.
It would have to be like a very like dumb way to take someone out that you'd give a penalty. In qualifying, I do actually think penalties should be given out, but in racing, almost never.
All right. We want to thank everybody for all the questions. I'm sorry if we didn't get to them. Maybe Max can go answer some in the chats. We'll see when it gets time. I'm gonna hit our 2 Instagram questions up. First one from Checkered Pass 503. He asked, in Lefty's RC life, that's my Instagram for my personal page, my recent travels, is there a team out there that is doing it right? We hear so much about inner fighting and perhaps separation at large events, but to focus on the paid pros and perhaps on the lower tier, drivers, what can teams and managers perhaps do better as well as manufacturers to support them, mainly speaking in chassis sponsors? How much does team toxicity affect results? And should more attention be given to up-and-coming drivers versus long? So he's got quite a few questions. So I'm going to break this down. I thought about it. I think 1/8 scale, I think the team that's doing it right out there is Tekno. At races, at race time events, I know that Tekno has a spot that mostly all the Tekno drivers pit with from top pros to the lowest guys, right? Most people I see running Tekno stay with them for quite a long time. So I think they're doing it right. Maybe S-Works is getting there. Maybe Team Associated is getting there. I know when JK Racing was good, we did pretty good as well. That's just a shameless plug. Inner fighting, I think a lot of the inner fighting is more in the higher ranks, pro classes. We saw some of that with Tekno when they had Joe Bornhorst, Seth Van Dalen. They had all those top guys together at one. But I now think with Mayfield in there, like there is no doubt that he is the top driver at Tekno, period. And nobody is going to contend that. And, because he's Mayfield. So I think that's pretty been settled. In 10 scale now, though, and I could be wrong, but I think Associated is probably the best team out there, right? in 10 scale, and they're not too far behind in 8 scale. Now, they do have rules and, all that type of stuff where people follow. And associated is another team where you see people get on and they don't leave. They kind of stay there for a very long time. Neil Craig, great example. Greg Dresser, stuff like that. So I think there's 2 teams doing it on a 10 scale and 8 scale level. What can managers do to help lower tier drivers? Be there to support them. It's not always about parts. It's about mentally supporting them as well, because people freak out, right, at races when they don't do well. And should more attention be given to up-and-coming racers versus long-time established racers? Well, yes and no. Those up-and-coming racers have to beat those long-time established racers and then demand that attention. If you just get it just to get it because you're up-and-coming racer, then you don't earn it. So go out there, earn it, beat that guy. That's kind of like, so I revert back to Tekno. Tekno has this coin challenge, right? Where you can challenge somebody on that team for their coin. I think that's a great way to promote earning your spot on the team. So if you're an up-and-coming racer, you shouldn't, just because you're an up-and-coming racer and you have some talent, you have some speed, doesn't mean that you should get special treatment. What it means is you go out there and still earn that. So you got to go beat those long-time established racers. A great example, I come back to Tekno, Joey Bernal. Been with Tekno for an extremely long time, from a very young age, and is doing exceptionally well. Still young, 17, 18, and he kind of knows his place. Like, I'm going to sit here and learn, and when I start beating these guys, which he's starting to do, that's when I'll start getting some more attention. I think too many of these up-and-coming racers go to another team or chassis because they think they're going to be treated better when they don't know how good they had it at the chassis they were currently at, and the atmosphere and the challenge, the competition to rank up in that team is what you really need, instead of just being given, hey, you run for this brand with less people, with less presence, you're a number 1 driver. No, you got to go earn that shit. Right? Now, David Olsen's another example. He was doing good at Tekno, felt that he needed more support, went to S-Works, felt he wasn't at first he liked it, felt he didn't get it. Now he's at HB. And now he's kind of like the top HB driver there because Cole isn't doing it no more. And I will say this, he excelled on the Tekno, excelled on the S-Works, and he's doing well on the HB right now, making mains. But he's also putting in an extreme amount of work. Racing on the East Coast, going on to Florida RC Championships, doing all that type of stuff. So he's putting in the work to get there. So yeah, Tekno, 1/8 scale, 80, 110 scale. And if you're an up-and-coming racer, go out there and earn that shit by beating the guys in front of you.
That was pretty good.
Thank you.
I mean,
thank you.
There's not much to add. I think hard to say from a European perspective, but AE has always been kind of good here. No matter the country, it's always like one of the best teams. In 8 scale, it's been smaller, so it's a bit harder, but 10 scale, yeah, good. Yeah, 8 scale is a bit tough. Don't really know of like teams like that. 8 scale, it's so more spread out because there's like more people are from the south. So I don't really know much of them, so it's hard to say. Okay.
My final question from Instagram, and I wanted to talk about this earlier, but I forgot. It was my trip into the bashing world at the Armageddon. I'm going to keep this brief. So Naughty Boy RC asks, how big of an impact on the RC community has Armageddon already had? And do you think it will continue to have an impact moving forward, whether it be more manufacturers hosting events or collaboration with non-RC influencers? So I believe Naughty Boy is like a basher. So I delved into this bashing world. It's something I wanted to do for a long time. I think the Armageddon it was kind of put together fast, and it wasn't marketed previously for a long time. So it didn't get that many actual people there. Was it cool to be at Freedom Factory, Cletus McFarlane's place? Yes, absolutely. Cool. I think next year when they promote it a little better and give more people more time to get there and organize it a little bit better, like have a little bit more time for people on the drag strip, which was a big thing for the speed run cars and all that type of stuff. Probably put put, just little things that I saw they can do. I think there'll be a lot bigger event next year, as well as actually have Cletus come there, because I don't think he came there. I didn't see him. His guy Ty was there. He's big into it. He was doing it, but I didn't actually see Cletus because I think he had some previous engagements. Now, what does this do? This also can promote spectators to come, right? They just, it was kind of, it got some spectators on Saturday because people were there. And stuff like that, but not as many as you thought it would be, right? But I get that because it was kind of promoted last minute. But back to the bashing thing. So when I got to the bashing event, it was cool. They had I've talked to a lot of the ARRMA guys. They were there. They were selling product. J Concept was there. RC Car Action was there. M2C. I will say this: the bashing world is completely different from RC racing. The superstars in the bashing world are the content creators. So Mark Santeria was like the biggest guy there. Him and Greg Vogel from RC Driver, two of the biggest guys there. Now, Mark, me and Mark have known each other for years. We're good friends. It was cool to be there in his environment. Everybody was there recording, dude. There was guys with little YouTube channels, some guys with bigger YouTube channels, all this type of stuff. And there's a lot of positive reinforcement in the bashing world. Like, it's like, come, see my car. Right? Like this one guy showed up, Rusty Nuts, his name is. He came from Charlotte, and he had like 8 of those infractions. I think there's ones that people use for speed runs. Yeah. With turbine jet fans on them and all this. I was like, this isn't like $1,500 worth of motors and ESCs and all this stuff. And he just wants to get on the straightaway fast. And you go look at those cars and you look at that, and it's like amazing. I met a guy from Innovative RC. Super like nerdy type of guy, but had one of those ARRMA Creighton 8S's, and he had a gear reduction unit on it. He was literally sitting on it, driving it around. It's like, I'm all about torque. You could see he put a lot of thought into that. Check out his YouTube channel. Exo Cage was there. I thought that was all cool. I thought that they put on a very good event. But the one guy, so whereas it's about show off my car, let's send it big. Let's do some fun stuff. If we crash it, we break it, we fix it, right? They ain't scared to break their cars. 2 of the events that I really enjoyed at this race were I missed the speed runs. I got there a little late. Was the lap around the actual track. So they have a 3/8 mile oval track. That was fun. Mark Santeria actually spent probably, I don't know how long. He was just out there doing laps with his one of his Creightons going around the track. There was an actual guy with a Dale Earnhardt. If you go watch my video I done, he has a Dale Earnhardt replica car, like big, and he went around that track, dude. And he didn't go push it, but that thing looked like a real NASCAR out there. Like it looked like it. It looked so awesome. That event I liked, and I liked basically they went to see who could do the fastest lap, and I liked the high jump event. But one of the guys that I was really geeked out to meet was the guy Kamikaze RC. I know I've never seen this guy, but I watch his channel. I've talked to him on Instagram. He's got a big EG Instagram channel. He has he does freestyle RC skateboard. You've seen him. This is the guy who flips off trees and goes up on roofs and all this type of stuff, right? And jumps his car off. Like, God, what he does, like, this guy's skilled. Like, he's actually skilled. So, and I don't mean this to be offensive. So in bashing, not saying that those guys aren't skilled drivers, but it's like, it's bashing, you break it, you crash, stuff like that. Bashing the content creators are the superstars. Kevin Talbot's this type of new. Kevin Talbot breaks cars all the time because they send it big. It's not as, whereas in RC racing, it's skill based. Does that make sense? RC racing, it's guys who win races and all that type of stuff that are superstars. Now, the guy, Kamikaze Guy RC, is not that guy who's in front of the camera and all that stuff. He lets his skills with his car do all the talking, right? Absolutely amazing. But I think it's a great event. I think even Horizon's coming up with another event. They got the Horizon Fest this weekend coming, which is awesome. Like Ryan Lutz is going, that's even bigger, right? And it has RC racing in it as well, like an off-road track. I would love to see some sort of mix with RC racing here as well, somehow, some way. because a lot of people that I went and talked to didn't even really know RC racing existed. Some of them did. Some like, I used to race and now I'm into bashing. So I talked to them, showed some RC GP footage or whatever, elite RC footage, what we're doing. People didn't even realize that. But I will say this, man, the bashing world is very welcoming, very easy to get into because, you know, they have tug of war. It's fun. Like people are having fun just out there playing with the RC cars, right? And I like that. I really like the high jump competition. Man, them guys are like, yeah, like that. Why I have one video going on TikTok that's going viral? It's got about 2 million, semi-viral, and it's just one of them short course trucks jumping up and down. Guys let Mark Santamaria drive the car on there, like do the one laps. So it's very much full of positive reinforcement. It's not got the drama that you see at RC racing, but RC racing is different. Like all racing is going to have drama, right? Which I like as well. But yeah, I get it, and you know what I figured out. I can see why when these bashers come to a racetrack, they get intimidated because where they're like, look at our super high powered, blah, 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 you know, $5,000 in this rig. And that guy comes with like a armor Creighton with all aluminum and he's super excited because, you know, that's badass for him. But fucking middleman Max is over there saying, no, all that aluminum sucks and blah, 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 you know, and that I get that because we're RC nerds in our race world, right? In our race world, we're about performance. We're in the bashing world, it's about strength and looking cool, like having the vehicle look good. Like people literally will come up and look at your car and be like, oh man, that's so badass. And you know, like, you know, and then you go watch it, like, and it's about going fast, a straight line or drifting or jumping or doing stuff like that. I really like it. And I hope to get back to the next Armageddon. One thing I would have done, I would have participated. It's something that I wish I would have participated in. Had a couple of cars, had some, because I wanted to drive. Met Alvin Tucker and his son, and he was like, "Man, you could drive my car and do this, you know." And yeah, it's very welcome, very much full of positive reinforcement. Definitely something I would love to have my kids involved in. And it's an aspect of RC that's huge. And I want to get into it. And having people like Cletus McFarlane being into it and hopefully getting him at the next one and getting more celebrities can only help boost our industry. But what I would really like to see is our RC racing side do things like that. Remember we said, who do we think would be cool to come to races? Like Travis Pastrana if he came to like a DNC or race time event. Lewis Hamilton if he came to a world championship or a RCGP event. I would love to see how we could get some of their celebrities to RC racing. But yeah, I think it's a good event. I think more bashing events like this will be good for RC. And I hope next year that they do it bigger, better. We get more people. I want to see thousands of people there. Right. And that it could be, and I want to see thousands of spectators. So I think it's going to be good next year. And like, just promote a little better. Have Cletus, because I know I wanted to meet Cletus, right? I wanted to meet this guy, show him some videos of RC racing, tell him come out. There's lots of racing in Florida, but I didn't get a chance. But yeah, it's completely opposite. YouTube content creators are superstars, and that's they are the superstars. Everybody was recorded. Everybody had to share them with their YouTube channel, all this type of stuff, right? So, but it was cool, man. I got to meet Kamikaze, cool dude. Obviously Mark Santamaria. I got to meet, you know, people that and just see something different. So it was good. I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. I want to go back to another one. I want to get some armor vehicles or Traxxas vehicles, by the way. I that's one. I get it. It's an armor only type of thing. And Traxxas and armor going, you know, battling each other. But I would like to go to an event where all vehicles are accepted, you know? So it doesn't matter what you bring. But I definitely want, dude, I was geeking, like looking at that big 8S crate, and I'm like,
yeah, that's insane. That's like,
the sledges.
I think that's just way too big.
Never. I will say this. The tinkering and innovative side is definitely in that side of the industry.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Very much so. Very much so. All the tinkering and innovation. You look at guys like that guy Raz, who does the speed runs from Israel. What he's doing is crazy. I had a good time. And I told Mark Santamaria, I said, man, thank you for allowing me. He was like, I can't believe you had a bachelor event. I said, dude, I love all RC. I wanted to come to this. And he had fun. He was Like he was out there doing laps. It's like, I'm having so much fun doing this. I say, I get it. All right. Thank you all for the questions. We greatly appreciate that. Sorry we could not get to all of them. We already went over our time limit. That we were supposed to do. Max is getting antsy, so his girlfriend must be getting antsy. We do appreciate it. We are getting to the point where we get too many questions. We can't answer them all. Some of them are good. We have to pick. We do appreciate it. All right, Max. Up next is our Hot Race Hot Picks. This is brought to you by our sponsor, HOTRACE Tires, who are going to be at the topic of this Hot Race Picks this weekend, which is the e-Buggy Euros at Montpellier. Go to hotrace.com for all your tire needs and body needs as well. Thank you to Nicola for all his continued support. He has become a good friend. But first up, Max has a hot potato topic. And you've said this before, but you are absolutely 110% against warm-ups. You, as Danny Paz says, suck. Like, this thing sucks. Like he says, the way he says sucks is so aggressive. Like Danny Paz is not aggressive. Max says warm-ups suck. So go ahead, Max.
Yeah, well, my point is mostly just that in my mind, they're just like pointless races. It's like waste of time and money. Obviously, that's the reason why people do it. They do it because they think they have to do it to be competitive at the Euros. And to some extent, and at some events, that's true. So, for example, now in Chile, new track built by Miguelo, new conditions. I can see why some people think that's necessary. But here is the downside. And like, this is something you cannot avoid. Number one, this event almost rained out altogether. It rained all week. They barely got the track ready in time. Good work by the organizer. This is no like offense to anyone organizing the event. I think it's more complaining about the culture. So almost the whole event was canceled. So people booked flights, blah, 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 so on. Okay, that could happen to the actual race itself. Fair. But here's the thing that actually sucks. So whole of Saturday canceled due to rain. Track on Sunday was most likely very different. So all of these manufacturers spend time and money, bring more tires than they need because they don't really know what tire works. They fly there, test there, stay after the race for 2 days. And if it rains, changes everything. Could have been the whole event would have rained out. Nobody's crowned European champion. This is basically a club race because it's not even an F or GP. It's an unofficial event. So only thing you gain is knowledge for the Euros. And that is up to the organizer to build the track exactly the same as they do for the Euros, which is not a given. Most of the times I went to Euro warm-up, the track has been completely different at the Euros. Sure, you can learn the layout. Most likely in Chile, the layout won't be the same because, I bet they get Miguelo to make it. And also, like, obviously, Ongaro would train on the track every single day if that wasn't the case. So people would probably say that it's unfair. And to me, it's like, when you look at it from all of these different points of view, it just seems pointless. People spend money to go to this event, even though they could go to a completely another event and create more value there. Nobody gives a shit how they finish at the Euro warm-up. Doesn't matter because that's just practice for the Euros. I don't know. It's just, to me, it's stupid. And same with 10 scale. They held 10 scale Euros warm-up in Sweden. Okay. Different venue. It wasn't even the same venue. Okay. Same organizer, sure. It probably gave good knowledge to the organizers to how to do the things, but it wasn't the same venue. It wasn't the same place. Most likely different carpets too. They'll probably have different carpets and they'll handle differently. than any other event like that's been in the past. It's like pointless. In my opinion, it's just pointless. And only time I can say that some people benefited from the warm-up was for the e-buggy years last year, because the track was so difficult. It was like the layout was so difficult to learn that there was a significant benefit to those who went to the warm-up race. But I'd say like 90% of Euros, pointless for performance and just a waste of money.
I think you're just salty because they put it on the first round of your Finnish nationals. That's what it is.
Well, I'm salty about that, but I have said this same mantra for a while.
You have said this. I will say one thing it does give. It maybe surface wise, it gives some advantage, but you know what it does give? Mental advantage. They get to go from now until the Euros. I want the warm up. That's all we're going to talk about. They want a warm up.
I actually disagree, because it's much easier to go to the Euros thinking, well, I'm going to pick up the pace. Like you're absolutely no stress in practice, because these guys went to the warm up. That you start stressing like second to last qualifier. That's when you're like, okay, I'm not the fastest guy out here. So I think it's actually beneficial not going to warm, because you're going there with no pressure. And that being said, the absolutely funniest thing is your Neumann. Well, actually, I don't know if Neumann went, but at least Misha Widmeyer went to a race in Germany on the weekend, and on Sunday night drove to Italy to practice on Monday and Tuesday. Yeah, that's what they do. Neumann used to do it every single time. They fly over to the event on Monday. So to me, that's just to get the practice, and you save a bunch of money because hotels cheaper during the week. You don't have to you can just bring the tires that you need to test. You don't need to worry about doing a main, all that type of stuff, and you get free track time. You can prepare your cars for that. Yeah, it feels like exhausting even like trying to fight against this. At least they stopped the Montpellier warm-ups, because that was the silliest fucking shit ever. That was just dumb.
All right.
Same track as the year before. They just go there 2 weekends in a row.
Max hates warm-ups.
It's just
when I want to get on your nerves, I'm gonna be like, warm up. Let's go have a warm up. All right. Let's get into our hot race hot picks for the electric buggy European Championships this weekend at Montpellier. I am going with Runafalk, Ungaro, Canis. But Boots can beat them all.
Canis has been really good in e-buggy recently.
Runafalk is very good in e-buggy.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe, but not. Montpellier is probably not his track, really.
This is true.
So you went with Runafalk for the win, right?
Runafalk, Ungaro, Canis.
Okay, let me write that down. Runafalk, Ungaro, Canis. Because I kind of want to pick.
I'll write it down.
It's tough because I want to go with like Ungaro for the win, but then again, that's too boring. I kind of want to, find something.
Go on a limb. Go on a limb.
I'm gonna go with Canis for the win. Okay, I have to say
it's not really a limb, but go.
That's not a limb. But second will be Bruno Coelho.
Is he going?
Is he even going? He's not going, probably. He's probably not going. I don't know why I thought he was going. Okay, if Bruno's not going, then it's going to be Remy Bermudez. He's my dark horse. I'm believing in him.
Wow.
And
Okay,
then
that's
third will be Davide Ongaro.
You know what? I think Bruno is going because there's office for the next 2 days. He's at a very high grip looking track somewhere. Offroad. You know who we didn't?
Okay.
You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if one of the Killix win this.
Yeah, but they're running the Mugen and it's really heavy and it's not. I have to say, like their car had like 6 fans last year. Like last year probably worked because the track was difficult. If you could push it, you could be fast. But like Montpellier, you need a lot of agility from the car.
Okay. All right. So you have Canas, Remy Bermudez. No, hold on. Did you put Remy as your winner?
I'm gonna put Coelho if he's going.
Okay. I think he's going because look, he's doing some 8 scale practice. So that probably means that he's going.
Yeah. Okay.
And he did
Coelho.
Yeah. And it looks it's black and like looks almost like what Montpellier would be on. All right. So who do you guys think will win? If you want to follow the action for the Buggy Euros this coming up from France, you can follow on RC Racing TV. We'll post all links on the NNRC socials. Max, we have one little thing to talk about, then we're going to conclude. I know you got to go. But before we do that, do what Bobblehead Max says, and that is hit that sub notification and whatchamacallit button. All right, so Lefty's simple thoughts and conclusion for me. I wanted to touch on it because I didn't. After attending 2 rounds of the 10 scale Florida RC championships here this last 6 weeks, I went to Coral Springs, which was an outdoor clay track. And we went to Beachline, which was indoor carpet. First 2 things I want to bring. I would say that, man, 10 scale in Florida is growing again to what it used to be back in Super Cup days, it seems like, because Beachline was packed. And it was such a good vibe there. Like, everyone was having fun. It was a little bit warm inside, but everyone was having fun. 176 entries, over 100 plus people. Spectators came out to watch everything. It was great. Stacked heats of 17.5 was stacked. Good racing. Great racing and mod as well. And guess what? Not even all the top guys were there. Like, there was no Kai Goff, no Ryan Stiles Harris, no Sean Carlson 17.5. Julian Oliveras took them in 2-wheel drive. Well, great A2, great A1 main between him and JR Mitch and Kenny Setzer. We saw Hunter King do pretty well in 4-wheel drive against him. But I have to say, dude, I think that 10 scale, outdoor 10 scale dirt racing is dying a very slow death. Even though Coral Springs was great, but man, it's kind of down south Florida. It's a little bit far of a trip for people. But man, when it comes to carpet, that place was packed. Now they have the SORC Raceway, which is high grip traction track that indoor air conditioned, which is going to be good too. But carpet is the future, man. And I know I've said this before, and I want to say it again. Right now, for RC racing, Florida is fucking booming. The only thing they need now is a covered 1/8 scale track, proper 1/8 scale track.
Yeah,
it is.
Drivers. They
have drivers, dude.
They have drivers, but not fast guys.
They have fast.
They need who's fastest now?
Like Julian Oliveras is fast. Is he make A mains at?
Yeah,
at,
I mean,
at
but
big
I mean
events
like
possibly. I know what you mean.
If you think I mean, obviously it'll come with time. It's like it's bound to happen that.
What you mean is like a top pro guy from Florida?
Yeah, like if you go to like let's say you went to Revelation or Thunder Alley in like 6 years ago.
Yes,
you'd come across like 5 top
I agree
drivers. You know, in Florida you don't really have one. So yeah,
but dude, I just can't sing the praises of how I think the RC is booming there. And the community in general, very good community.
I mean, that's at the end of the day, that's more important.
Yeah.
And I think as long as you have a lot of drivers that race a lot, you will have fast drivers as well.
Absolutely.
And I think that's probably one of the things why California had so many fast drivers at one point, because they had like JBRL, probably the biggest reason. They had so many races and so many drivers. So there's bound to be some fast ones.
Oh, I'm not saying that California, I mean, Top Notch was pretty packed. This Top Notch series is getting a lot of entries as well, obviously, of JBRL. But you know how it used to be like, you have to go to California to get better. Well, I don't think it's always about that now, you know? Yeah. And I just wanted to say thank you once again to all the RC community in the Southeast and to the Florida RC community. I got to go down to so many different tracks and just hang out. And man, it was like, hey, you want to drive my car? You want to do this? You want to have a drink? You want this? Hey, it's my extended, like the whole world is my extended RC family, but Florida has a special spot. FRCC 10 scale series was really good. And I mean, what they tell me stories about how big 10 scale was back then. If it gets to what the 8 scale is, or even close to what the 8 scale is right now there, it's going to be awesome. Thank you, everybody. And I look forward to coming back in next month. Won't be in Florida. We'll be in Lake Waccamaw and as well as Georgia for Wicked Weekend and RC Pro-Am. I look forward to seeing everybody there. Max, I know you got to go. We got started early. We ran over. I appreciate your time. I had a great chat with you this week. It was good. I hope I don't get too many complaints from middleman. Actually, it was very good this weekend. We didn't argue. I had a great chat with you, man. Great catch up with you. And I look forward to, I'm going to get with Matty G next week. We're going to have a 10 scale podcast. I might invite you on if you have time. You're busy now.
Why are you going to have a 10 scale podcast?
No, we're going to talk about, he's been doing he went to Australia too.
Really?
Yes, him and Doug Leverrier. So we're going to start with 10 scale nationals. He went to Australia to a carpet race there. He went on the off-road track where the worlds are going to be. So I'm just going to have a catch up with my Mexican friend.
Okay. Isn't INS next weekend?
No, that's this weekend.
Yeah, this weekend. Yeah.
This weekend.
All right.
What are you up to this weekend, Maxie?
I am going to go on a holiday with my girlfriend.
Ooh, nice. In Finland, right?
Yeah. We're just going to go to Helsinki and hang out.
Nice. It's a chill out weekend. My son's birthday Saturday, so we're going to do something with him. Hey, man, thank you for your time. I greatly appreciate it. I want to say a big shout out and thank you to all of the NNRC squad around the world. Without you guys, we can't do this without you. If you're listening to us on the audio side, come over and hit that sub, like, notification button and share button on the YouTube side. Share this podcast wherever you can. We appreciate it. Wherever to your Facebook groups, audio or video. Let's help grow this YouTube channel. I'm going to be busy editing up some more video from Armageddon as well. I got about 2 more videos to do. So thank you. Thank you to all the patrons and the YouTube members. You guys will get early access to this podcast. If you wish to support the podcast a little bit more, you can. Links for that in the written description of this podcast. Big thank you to all of our companies that support us. They are Invisible Speed, Hitec RC, CorsaTec USA, Sidewinder, Myako, Beach RC, Tekno RC, Clinic RC, Stacked RC, Racecraft USA, RC Box Club, Call RC, Elite RC Productions, the Florida RC Championships, RC Body Armor, SJ Racing Builds, House of RC Sign Up, RCGP. Shout out to our drivers, David Ronafalk, Robert Batty, Alexander Hagberg, Matty G, Pecco, Ivanen, Unihotnen, and Mason Fuller. Thank you guys. Show the sponsors some love. Show us the podcast some love. Links for that all in the written description. If you guys want us, hey, you know what? We're putting the call out there. If you want us to do a mail call and open up something on the podcast, hit us up. Send something to Max, send something to me. We'll open up. We'll talk about it. We'll, have a look at it. It's a great way to showcase some of your product as well. We greatly appreciate any support. We wish you all to have a very good weekend of RC. Be safe, have fun, be a great RC ambassador. And with that said, Maxie and Max, you've been a very good co-host this weekend. You're bumped back up to co-host. We bumped you down to vice co-host. Now you're back up to number one co-host. Well, yeah,
that's good.
That's good.
Vice host. I'm vice host.
Watch you turn it all on in 1 second at the end of this podcast. So I'm going to hit this intro before you do that. Max and Lefty. Nitrous to glory. E-Buggy pays the bills. Max and Lefty, we're out. Bye-bye.